Good morning. I'm Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk. And of course, if you are a pet owner, we love our pets. They're like members of our family. But would it surprise you to say that more than half of dogs and 60% of cats are classified as clinically overweight? And believe it or not, the majority of these pet parents don't even realize that their pets are dealing with this type of problem. So joining me now to talk more about this, how pet parents can really do the best for their pet, is veterinarians from the Nat Geo Wild Show Critter Fixers, Country Vets, Dr. Bernard Hodges and Dr. Terrence Ferguson, also here to talk about a new campaign from Hills. Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good morning.
Thanks for having me. How are you?
Thank you.
Doing really well. I'm looking forward to talking to you more about this topic because I am a pet owner. I love my pet. And I think sometimes we tend to treat our pets like humans. We'll give them food from the food that we're eating on the table. And so I guess, Dr. Hodges, let's start with you right out the gate and just talk about some of these concerning trends when you're talking about your pet's health.
All right. So, pet obesity is really a growing trend. And you said it yourself. We all love our pets, and we kind of, equate love to food. But the big thing is knowing food is definitely not love. Spending more time throwing the ball, walking, belly rubs definitely shows a whole lot more love. And it definitely is better for your pet. I can give you a prime example. We treat police dogs and, basically canine officers. And, I had a canine officer, or basically a police dog, that came in, and they noticed it was getting sluggish. It wasn't quite working as well, with as it was. And, this dog was quite a bit overweight, and the handler would give it a treat every now and then and do different things. So we were able to get this pet to lose some weight, and he's back in action and doing so much great. So the big thing is, let's just remember, food is not love. Belly rubs, kisses, hugs are definitely love.
I think it's an important topic because we work with the Humane Society here in Shelby County often. They bring in pets to try to get them adopted. And they actually had a dog that was in here recently that had lost a bunch of weight. They had gotten the dog from the pet owner, and the pet owner was actually feeding their dog French fries and cheeseburgers every single day, which obviously is not good for your pet. It's not meant for you to eat that regularly like that. And so I guess my next question is, what does this obesity mean for your pet? Because it can have some implications as far as their health goes, right?
It definitely can. French fries and hamburgers is definitely not the best food. We definitely want to keep them, along with your veterinarian, on a nice, balanced, good food, and Hills has done a great job with this. But the big thing is, as veterinarians, we see all kinds of problems like arthritis, we see hypertension in dogs, and we also see things like diabetes way too much. Dogs come in, they're overweight, the owners knows it, they're drinking a whole lot and urinating a whole lot, and they're just not acting themselves. And, we unfortunately diagnose them with diabetes and all kinds of disease, and these are all preventable with the perfect diet.
And some pet owners might even realize that their pet can have diabetes like that, the same as humans can. And so obviously, like you said, it can have those, the health implications. And so it's important to make sure that you're being mindful about what you're feeding your pet, because you are what you eat, right? So I do want to bring in I want to bring in Dr. Ferguson, though, because I know that you can tell us a little bit more about the Hills Annual End Pet Obesity Campaign. Fill us in. What's that all about?
Yeah, so the End Pet Obesity Campaign is a campaign that Hills does. And the great thing about it, it helps, veterinarians like Dr. Hodge and I, who are boots on the ground in these exam rooms, and we see these babies that are overweight. And sometimes it's a little tough, to convey to the owners that, your baby may be a little bit overweight. You have to be very tactful in how you talk to them and let them know, because the end thing is we want to be able to help the patient. We're not trying to insult anyone. So they are, have come out with a campaign and a test that we can use to work with the clients to let them know if their baby is a little bit obese. And they are just the pioneers in food. They have these foods that are developed for weight loss and weight maintenance to make sure that we keep these babies healthy.
So, Dr. Ferguson, how can a pet parent, if they're maybe looking at their pet, how can they know? Is there things to look out for to determine whether your pet is overweight? Are there certain things that maybe to watch for, or what can you share?
Yeah, when it comes to, the owners and trying to determine if their babies are obese can be very difficult. A lot of times these babies, they gain weight very slowly and it's not as noticeable as part of clients. And also, some of our babies have a lot of hair. A lot of these cats have a lot of hair, and the owner may say they're just a little bit fluffy, but it may be a little bit more under that fluff than we need to be under there. So he'll come out with a test that's called the love test. So Dr. Hodges, we're going to show a little love, but in a different way for an assessment tool.
That's great.
And L is you want to locate your pet ribs. The O is you want to observe the body from the top. The V is you want to view the body from the side. And the E is you want to evaluate what you're feeding. And you use this tool to determine if the baby is ideal weight, which hopefully it is, but we know a lot of them aren't and they're overweight, and this determines that. So it allows you to do the test, get with your veterinarian, which is important, to make sure that we get this baby on appropriate food. And he'll make a variety of weight management products, and each animal is a little bit different, which is why you need to get with your veterinarian. Some of the beauties of this diet is, you're not starving your baby. You're allowing them to feed a normal portion, but it just doesn't have all the energy in there. It has things in there for weight reduction, and it tastes good, and they get to, have normal portions.
I like that, the love test, and like you said, I've seen those foods available at my veterinarian. When I've taken my pet there. Some great information and definitely an important topic because we love our pets. So where can people go if they want to find out a little bit more?
So you can go to endpetobesity.com and you can learn all about the love test. We all know February is the month of love and it's coming on, and we want candies and treats and everything, but let's definitely keep those away from the pets. So endpetobesity.com, you can learn all about the love test and ways to keep your pet nice and healthy.
And like you said, with Valentine's Day right around the corner, might as well take that love test for your pet to make sure that you are doing the best for your fur baby. Dr. Hodges, Dr. Ferguson, I appreciate your time. It's been great chatting with you. Y'all have a good one, all right?
You too.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, let's take a live look right now. This is our High Five camera in downtown Memphis. You can see kind of gloomy out there. Not the best scenario to start off your Wednesday. We did have some rain last night. I know last night before I went to bed, I was like, okay, this is some good sleeping weather. The rain's going to come down nice. And so we got a lot of rain last night. That was, of course, what meteorologist Brittany Bryant was talking about yesterday morning. And so another angle here. This is our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. You might see some sprinkles out there this morning. That is something you might contend with if you haven't gotten out and about just yet. But of course, a lot of people already looking ahead to the weekend. What can we expect? And we have meteorologist Brittany Bryant that is going to be coming in here. She's going to help time out what you need to know for today, any kind of conveniences that you might run into. And also, if you have plans this weekend, is there going to be rain? Is it going to be cold? What do you need to know to be able to prepare? So again, let's head over to meteorologist Brittany Bryant to get that update.
Hey, good morning. We have clouds right now, and that will be here all day today. You won't see any sunshine. We'll still have a potential for some drizzle or mist, but no heavy rain to deal with this morning or afternoon. This is noon today. Again, nothing showing up on here, but just trust me, mist and drizzle will be part of our day. Later on tonight by 7 o'clock, a few showers start firing up near Ashland, Corinth, and also in spots like Bolivar and Selmer. And as temperatures drop down into the 30s overnight, you may even see a little bit of sleet and snow. The pink color will be the sleet. The other color is the snow over towards Oxford and Ashland, Batesville, Senatobia, just name a few. The best chance for snow tomorrow afternoon will probably be around 1 o'clock in West Tennessee. If you're in spots like Bolivar or Selmer going into Crockett County, also in Dyersburg, seeing some of that snow, may even see some in Corinth as well. And the potential for that to stick to the ground is very low because temperatures will be in the mid to upper 30s. May see a little dusting on your roof or on top of your car, but other than that, I'm not expecting any impacts from that snow here in the Mid-South tonight or tomorrow. Wind gusts will stay close to 20 miles per hour through this afternoon. Even at 5, 6 o'clock tonight, still 15 to 20 mile per hour winds will be possible. It's breezy tonight, but you just won't have any of those strong gusts like what we had last night and today. And because of those winds, it'll feel colder than this temperature I'm actually showing you. 41 degrees at noon. It'll feel more like the 30s all day today because of those winds. 43 at 3 o'clock. Then we're in the lower 40s at at 7. I still have that 10 to 20% chance of a shower or of some flurries as we go throughout the day today. Look at these low temperatures tonight. A cold 32 in Memphis, 30 in Covington, 30 degrees in Brownsville. We're at 31 degrees in Somerville tonight. Low temperature around 33 in Batesville, 34 in Clarksdale, 31 degrees in Ashland, 30 in Forest City today, and 31 in Marion this evening. Temperatures actually rise up as we head to the weekend. First Alert Weekend forecast 55 on Saturday, 52 on Sunday, but a cold front moves through here on Sunday. That's going to drop temperatures down at the start of next week and also going to bring a little bit of rain. We'll dry out on Friday, and then on Saturday we're mostly dry. Rain doesn't start pushing in until late in the evening. This is 10 o'clock at night, and that's when I'm expecting the rain. So Saturday is not even close to a washout, but by 10 o'clock at night Saturday, showers start as a cold front moves in. We'll have on and off rain while you're sleeping on Saturday, at least for most of us. And then by Sunday at 7 a.m., we still have rain across the area. It'll be soggy start to the day Sunday. Now, I do think we'll see rain through late morning, early afternoon. This is noon on Sunday, with showers continuing in Oxford and Selmer. May even have a little bit of drizzle hanging out in Memphis. But as we get later in the afternoon into the evening, I do think most of us will be drying out on Sunday. So here's that temperature trend over the next few days on our First Alert 7-day forecast. 44 today, 42 on Thursday. Low temperatures for most of us will be in the 20s to lower 30s on Thursday night. Another cold one. And then 53 degrees on Friday. We're in the 50s over the weekend, but as I mentioned, we get colder next week behind the front. So the high temperature on Monday is only 43 degrees.
You know, this morning we're also learning more about the arrest of Tyre Nichols from a different perspective. Victoria Piore breaks down what new audio is revealing. We do want to warn you, though, this story, as you can imagine, could be disturbing to some viewers out there, so keep that in mind as you watch this one.
Around 8:30 p.m. on January 7th at East Rains and Ross Road, Tyre Nichols was originally pulled over, police said, for reckless driving. This audio from Broadcastify Audio Stream sheds new light on those moments.
You know, the Scorpion car pulled over to East Rains and Ross. You have one running on foot.
According to his family, Nichols began to run home once he thought his life was in danger.
Run that tag and see what the address.
At Ross and Castlegate Lane, he's fighting at this time.
Once police made physical contact with Nichols, the struggle began.
Well, on foot, presumably southbound on Ross.
Nichols continued to run toward his home to his mother, according to the family.
Here for Ross and Castlegate.
What happened during the interaction, as police described, is sparsely documented over the radio, the transmissions only capturing portions of the confrontation. But there are moments of yelling and heavy breathing coming from officers, until police say,
"Hey, we gotta be cussed."
According to an independent preliminary autopsy report, Nichols suffered extensive bleeding caused by a severe beating. Victoria Poirier, Action News 5.
Now, 2 EMTs involved in the emergency care of Tyre Nichols' beating are now suspended. That news broke during attorney Ben Crump's press conference with Nichols' family on Monday. You may remember that. The city released a statement in regards to that, saying last week 2 MFD personnel involved in the incidental patient care of Tyre Nichols were relieved from duty while an internal investigation is being conducted. They say that this is an ongoing investigation. We can't comment further at this time. End quote. But with that, emotions running high at Memphis City Council yesterday, the topic surrounding Tyre Nichols. Several activists and citizens voiced their concerns about Nichols' death and what city leaders will do to hold these involved accountable. So Action News 5's Bria Bolden tuned into that meeting and put together this story. Take a listen.
2 weeks after Tyre Nichols died from serious injuries in a traffic stop with Memphis police, citizens and activists made their voices heard in front of Memphis City Council.
A traffic violation has woefully served as the precursor of the grisly murder of Black and brown people in this nation time and time again. Unfortunately, this time around, that reality has come knocking at our door.
Many asking for transparency from city leaders on police policies, when video of the traffic stop will be released, and when those responsible could be charged for Nichols' death.
Do I want to see the video? I don't know. I'm a mama too. So many of us are. We're brothers and sisters and children, sons and daughters. But what we do want to see is justice for Tyre. and everyone else like him walking these streets.
5 officers have been terminated in connection to Nichols' death. 2 Memphis Fire EMTs relieved of duty, but no charges have been announced. Video footage could be released in 1 to 2 weeks, says Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy, who is urging patience. City councilors echoing that message.
We just ask for patience as to not taint and not to allow anything that will allow this investigation, everything along these lines, in order to be untainted.
Don't think because we sit here and do our job, what you elected us to do, that we don't feel. We do. But please, let's come together as a community, stand together, and allow the process to move forward and be a part of the process, all of us, so that justice can be served.
Now, Councilman J.B. Smiley says he plans to present an ordinance at the next council meeting that would require Memphis police to report and collect and routinely report data on the use of force, arrests, traffic stops, and also complaints. So we'll be following that and those developments there. Moving on, Shelby County voters have chosen the next representative for District 86. That's 28-year-old Justin Pearson right there. He will succeed late Representative Barbara Cooper, who died days before the 2022 midterms. You may recognize Pearson as a vocal activist against building the Byhalia pipeline in the city of Memphis. Pearson won Tuesday's special election with more than 1,200 votes in a field of 10 candidates.
Okay, so you've heard about 401ks, health care, but what about child care benefits? As the cost of child care continues to climb, it's become one of the fastest growing trends in business, and Memphis Transit Authority is the latest company to jump on board. Starting this month, Memphis Area Transit Authority will pay $200 a month towards their employees' child care. So the company is partnering up with child care tech app Tutris, which has more than 185,000 licensed child care providers on its network. MATA parents simply just go online, they type in their city or their zip code, and then they browse through a list of child care providers that show how many openings they have in real time or on the app. And then MATA will pay the first $200 of the monthly enrollment, with parents picking up the rest of the tab. Here's what MATA had to say about all this.
I'm actually really excited that we're having this program as a 3-time mom, I guess, with the newborn. This is right on time. COVID has definitely changed what the workforce could look like. Has changed what people are looking for in companies. To be able to provide this additional benefit, I think is definitely great. We have a night shift, we have swing shifts, we have early morning shifts. And so, childcare definitely can be an issue if you have a driver that has to come in at 3:30 in the morning, or if you have a mechanic or someone who works in our maintenance department that works the 12 to 8 shift. So hopefully have childcare that can correlate with those schedules is definitely a plus.
Okay, so MATA, again, partnering up with the child care tech app Tutris. Now, joining us now to talk more about the future of child care, we have the CEO of Tutris, Jeff McAdam. Actually, he's a Tutris creative director, I should say. Jeff, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, thanks for having me this morning. Happy to be here. And we're talking about Tutris as well, and the partnership with Memphis Transit Authority, and it's an exciting one for us. And we're finding that it is a very common trend that we are starting to see in business, especially in the past year or so. Every month it feels like we're doubling our partnerships. If we had 2 last month, now it's 4 more companies jumping on this month, and it's because a lot of companies are finding that their parents can't get to work because there's a childcare shortage that's going on. It's not just happening in Tennessee, it's going on nationwide.
Yeah, so Jeff, let's talk a little bit about Tutris. Many of our viewers right now, for the first time, they're hearing this. They're hearing about this app and perhaps how it works. Can you take us through how this thing works, how MATA was on board, the Memphis Area Transit Authority, if you are familiar with that, and how people can get involved?
Yeah, you got it. So what Tutris is a tech platform. It is the largest childcare platform in the country. So at the heart and soul of what this thing does is there's 185,000 licensed childcare providers nationwide that are listed on it. it's kind of like the Airbnb of childcare. So if you're a childcare provider that's out there who wants to market their program, they go to Tutris in order to get themselves out there, and it's free for childcare providers to use. A lot of people don't realize this, but 70% of the overall licensed childcare providers nationwide are those smaller in-home daycares that most parents would never even know how to find. You can't find them in a Google search. You know, I'm a dad. I have a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old. And I was actually a reporter doing a story on this company about 1.5 years ago. I was going through the childcare search, and I felt like I was banging my head against the wall, trying to find a place that's a good fit. You could spend weeks, if not over a month, trying to find a good fit. And then this app comes along and it streamlines the process. It helps parents go online with a simple search. You put in your city or your zip code, and it shows you all the availability in your area, and it shows you the openings they have in real time. So it says 3 openings, or it says 5 openings. That way you don't have to pick up the phone and call and not know the results before you even get the process started. And so companies partner with Tutris because they go, listen, our problem is twofold. One, parents don't know where to find childcare, like me. And 2, even if they can find it, can they afford it? And so that's where Tutris comes in. You know, the best thing to kind of combat against rising prices is the opportunity to shop around. So when you know you have 5 or 6 or 7 opportunities in your area, well, now you can kind of gauge program to program which one is the best one for you, whether it's the age range that it serves, the price that it serves, and businesses tap into Tutris for their employees because they say, we want to make it as easy as possible for you to find childcare so we can rely on you guys coming to work and being productive employees. In fact, companies like Memphis Transit Authority say, not only will we let you tap into this platform, Tutris, we're going to up the ante. We want to be able to pay $200 a month towards your childcare benefits in order to just make it a little bit easier. So if you're trying to sit at home and debate, I'm spending $1,500 a month on childcare for my 2 kids, does it make more sense for me to stay home and just take care of them if half my paycheck is going to childcare? Well, maybe that $200 a month helps ease the burden just enough to make you, feel the incentive to want to stay at work and to let your kids go to a place that you feel comfortable, a quality license program. So it's a win for childcare providers because you have parents coming directly to them. It's a win, of course, for the parents, and it's a win for the employer because they get to hold on to their employee, if that makes sense.
It does. And Jeff, I'm kind of interested because in our MATA piece, we talked about how MATA is putting forward, they're paying essentially $200 a month towards their employees' child care. Is that something where that's pretty standard, right, across the country? Or how else do companies do this?
Yeah, we have 2 different levels that we see from a lot of companies. A lot of companies just give their employees access to the Tutris platform. So that's level option 1. And then if companies want to go a step above and beyond that, they can make that contribution as well. And so Memphis Transit is kind of leading the country. They're one of the companies that say, hey, not only do we want to give access to that platform, but we want to be able to put a little bit of stake in the game and help chip away at it. And I'm looking at Tennessee's average monthly cost of childcare, or yearly, I should say, it's almost $9,000 a year. So, you put $200 a month times 12, you're talking $2,400. That's about 30% of the childcare cost for the year. At worst, infant care is the most expensive, and then it gets cheaper as the kids age up towards the age of 5. And so you get at least 30% of the childcare covered by Memphis Transit Authority by doing this subsidy and this childcare benefit. And what a lot of people don't realize too is, you got kids age 8, 10, 12, and you think, well, childcare doesn't apply to me. My child's too old. That's not the case because this also applies for summer camps and stuff. And those can get pricey too. You could spend $1,500 on a summer camp. Well, guess what? Memphis Transit Authority is going to pay a sizable amount towards that summer camp as well. So it really serves ages 12 and under, and it's a game changer for young families, that's for sure.
Tutris. So, Jeff, let me ask you something. I'm trying to figure this out so I know it intently here. Our story, we said that MATA is paying $200 a month towards their employees' child care. The company is partnering up with Tutris. Does the money go towards the employee, to the app, the company? How does that partnership work exactly?
You got it. Well, with any benefit, whether it's a 401k, whether it's healthcare, whether it's childcare, it's great that companies want to implement something like that. But some of those can be very hands-on and intensive, and so it's more of a burden administratively. And we wanted to ease all that. So what we did is we streamlined a concierge service, so to speak, right directly through us. So the company like MATA says, listen, we want to give each employee $200 a month. You please, Tutris, streamline it through your app, have the money flow into the app, have the parents be able to take it straight out of the app and give it right to the child care provider. So it kind of just comes right through the system and then right into the bank account of the child care provider. So it's seamless. It's almost instantaneous, but it's there on a regular basis. So a parent can count on that discount when they go to pay at the end of the month or the start of the month, depending on how their child care provider works. They automatically see that $200 deduction in their system when they go to hit, send on their payments. It's already $200 deducted right off the top. So it just streamlines right through the computer system.
Okay, so it's like a credit, a $200 credit.
You got it. That's exactly right.
Perfect. Okay, so our viewers, they're looking at this. They're perhaps interested in something with Tutris. They want to get involved or at least see how it works. Is this like any other app? I mean, there's 185,000 licensed child care providers on your network there. Is it just like we, put in the zip code, the city, and boom, we're done?
Yeah, you got it. Exactly. If you just go online to tutris.com, or you can download the app if you got it on your phone. And it's super easy. The very first thing you'll notice when you go to that home screen is the search box. You type in your city, type in your zip code, type in your neighborhood, whatever you want to do, and hit enter, and every licensed childcare provider in your area pops up, and it shows you their availability in real time. Lets you look at the pictures if they've posted pictures of the place, if they've posted a virtual tour or a video tour. Yeah, you can do that right there as well. You can see their total curriculum right there on their front page, including like what age range do they serve. And you can even click on their state licensing information. So let's say this place looks good. As a parent, one of the first questions that I always have is, but pictures can always be deceiving. I'd love to see what the state records look like. Have they had visits and what were the results of those visits? We have it all. It's right on there. You can click on it and you can see, gosh, they were visited twice last year. And what was it for? Oh, clean bill of health. Great. I feel great. Or you can see otherwise if there's different, marks or different notes from a visit in the past. And the great thing about Tutris is it cycles on a weekly basis, a couple times a month to refresh the system. So it's always in good standing. We're making sure that childcare providers, the licensed childcare providers, do have their license up to date and that nothing is in default. So we only have the best quality license programs available online for both parents and for employers.
Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Jeff? I appreciate this. It's been very informative.
Yeah, you got it. I mean, we're just excited. I mean, as a dad, I feel like it's a long time coming. The childcare system in general has just been broken for decades and decades and decades. This pandemic just devastated the entire system even more. We lost over 16,000 childcare programs nationwide because a lot of parents pulled their kids out of programs. They were worried about pandemic breakouts in their own childcare classrooms. And so a lot of these childcare providers and programs didn't survive. They didn't come back. And what few availability was left is only gotten tighter, which means the costs are going up and up. This is the time where employers really need to help out. They can jump in. They can really change the game. Maybe something bad in a pandemic has opened up the opportunity for something wonderful and good, a change that's been decades overdue. So we're excited about it and excited to see programs like companies like MATA taking the initiative to help their employees out.
Okay, Jeff McAdam, Tutris Creative Director. We appreciate you giving us the intel this morning, and good luck to you and the rest of 2023. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning. Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. And, you know, I think all of us want to be able to have that healthy, glowing skin. And these days you hear about serums, you hear about all kinds of different face lotions, and all of those things can really add up. Believe it or not, according to Statista, consumers spend around $2,000 per year on those skincare products. And I do have a special guest that is joining me now that is going to maybe help to save you some money, Dr. Fayne Frye. She is a recognized dermatologist and consumer advocate. She also released a book, The Skincare Hoax, How You're Being Tricked into Buying Lotions, Potions, and Wrinkle Cream. Dr. Frye, good morning. Glad to have you with us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course, this is a topic that I am looking forward to kind of diving into and finding out some of your tricks of the trade to help save some money, because I know myself, a lot of times have spent money on these serums. You're like, well, are these really working? Or sometimes you get them and you don't like the way they work. They're not making any kind of difference. And so you can spend a lot of money and have this surplus of all these serums and lotions. Tell me a little bit more about some ways maybe I can save some money.
Well, you can limit the products you use to the ones that are really good for you. The skincare industry is a great industry. It makes a lot of great products, but it also sells a lot of confusion and a lot of products that we don't need. The number one product you should use is sunscreen. Get sunscreen on every day, 365 days a year, and you can purchase national and internationally known brands because they have resources to make great products, and that's a great place to start.
You know, because like you said, sunscreen, I've heard that a lot of people don't think, if it's not sunny outside, do I still need to put it on? I mean, this is something you need to be putting on each and every day. Is there any particular type when people are looking for one specifically for their face? Are there any certain things that they need to look for on the back of the bottle?
Well, recommended is SPF 30 or higher, a good broad spectrum sunscreen. A good place to go. I have a website called FryFace, FRYFACE, where national and internationally known brands are on there, and the appropriate SPF is already on there. And again, these are affordable brands that you can buy at your local drugstore. And to answer your question, you need to put sunscreen on every single day, even in the shady days, the cloudy days, because the sun ultraviolet light penetrates 365 days a year, and we get a lot of incidental sun. So it should be a habit, just like brushing your teeth is a habit. Sunscreen every single day is a habit. And I offer a nice website where people can go. I don't sell anything. I don't work for a skincare company. I'm just trying to advocate for the consumer and give them somewhere to go and simplify the process.
So if you were to say, okay, these are some 5 must-haves that are going to really help save you some money, some cost-cutting products. I know you mentioned sunscreen. Are there any other ones that you're like, hey, these are going to be great for you?
Well, sunscreen is a must, because sunscreen is going to protect from, again, the sun's ultraviolet rays that cause the sun damage and skin cancer. But in addition to that, skin is an organ, Amanda, and if it's healthy, it will function best. And so if the skin is dry, and the consumer will know, you'll see dry flakes and scales. If the skin is dry, then we recommend a moisturizer. And again, you can select a good quality moisturizer for a very affordable price at the local drugstore. Third product, which would be nice to have on your vanity, is petrolatum or petroleum jelly. No, you won't put it on from head to toe every day, but it is the most versatile product probably on the market. You can use it for a chafed nose if you have a cold on your lips. You can use it on dry elbows, knees, and around your nails. It just has so many uses. It's another really good product to have available for you.
Petroleum jelly, that was something that my grandmother, she actually used to put it on her face every night before she would go to bed and swore by it. And she did have, I mean, her skin looked great. So it's great that there are those products like that because, like I said, you can spend a lot of money. You know, you hear a lot these days, I think some of the buzzwords that you hear a lot about is like retinol and serum. If someone is maybe wanting to look into maybe purchasing that type of product, how do you know if it's going to be right for you? And how do you, are there certain, it's always like, when I look on the back of the bottle, is there something I need to be looking for to say, hey, this is going to be great?
Well, you hit the nail on the head. The problem with the skincare industry is it's a blind item. Consumers don't understand the ingredients. And so you have to rely on the marketing. But you have to also know, as being a mindful consumer, and that the overwhelming majority of these anti-aging products, serums, night creams, day creams, eye creams, these are cosmetics. And by law, these cosmetics don't intend to really change permanently the structure or function of skin, because if they did by law, they'd be drugs and have to go through the FDA. So to answer your question, these products are fun. Some of them are fun to apply, but don't expect them to really change the structure or function of your skin permanently, because by law, they're not even designed to do that.
And you know, one thing for me, I know myself, I've Googled a lot sometimes, like, what are some homemade face creams or masks that I can make myself at home? You hear about things like using coconut oil or avocado or things like that. Is there, and sometimes different times of the year is better than others. I've heard of using even coffee grounds as kind of an exfoliant. Do you have any combinations that you would recommend, especially for this time of year?
Look, these are really fun habits to do when you get together with your friends to throw some things on your face. But I don't recommend do-it-yourself products for the reason, if there's any water or water-like substance in there, these products become contaminated. Home concoctions don't have preservative in them. So you're looking at overgrowth of mold and bacteria, and you really shouldn't be putting those products near your eyes and your mouth. So I don't recommend over-the-counter, do-it-yourself kitchen kind of substances. If you're going to do it for an hour or two and have some fun, there's none in particular I would say has medical science or real base, proof that they work. So short of having a good time, it's just not something I recommend.
Good advice there. And what about when it comes to cleansers, like facial cleansers and things like that? Because I know that some people might just say, well, I'm just going to get that normal Dial soap and use it on my face. Is there certain things as far as looking for that facial cleanser that you need to keep in mind?
Well, that's another whole topic of cleansers. If you have healthy skin, there's no science that says you have to put a cleanser on your face to begin with. I wash just with water. If you prefer a cleanser because you wear a lot of heavy oil-based makeup and you don't want to soil your pillowcase at night, you can purchase again at the local drugstore from top, name brands, quality soap-free cleansers that will remove the makeup. But cleanser removes the lipids and the proteins and the healthy things your skin needs to maintain hydration. So just to use a cleanser for the sake of using a cleanser for someone with healthy skin, I can't even tell you that's absolutely necessary.
Well, good deal. Well, Dr. Frey, any other last advice you want to share with some of our viewers out there that are watching this morning?
No, but to love yourself for who you are. Most of these products, again, are fun, but they're not necessary. And again, I hope you get a chance to enjoy the website, Fryface, F-R-Y-F-A-C-E, where we help you make those selections.
Well, Dr. Frey, we really appreciate your time. I know that you are a busy lady, so we appreciate you, some good advice and some helpful tips for our viewers this morning. You have a good one, all right?
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Well, hey, so those mom and pop stores, it seems like they're getting more and more difficult to find these days, but there's at least one such store in Memphis that's been in business for nearly 100 years. And in her quest to highlight the people, places, and things that just make Memphis such a great place to be, who doesn't love the 901? Kim Clark takes us to Hollywood Furniture and Hardware, a family-run business who is preparing to close their doors and bring that family legacy to an end.
This corner of Chelsea and Hollywood has been home to one family's entrepreneurial dream and business for 3 generations and at least 99 years.
1924 is when we actually started, and Hollywood was obviously at that time more of a rural community, wasn't really part of Memphis.
Bart Gary's grandparents, Roy and Irene Sanford, started the business.
And they started basically as a hardware store.
But due to the remoteness of the area back then, this community needed more than just a hardware store.
They needed to be able to sell appliances, stoves, refrigerators, and then, mattresses, and so it just kind of grew for the need.
Then the second generation of the family came along, and years later, the Sanford's daughter, Marilyn, and her husband, Burl Gary, joined the business.
Yeah, it was really busy. Of course, back in the day, there were so many factories out here, and there was so much going on.
With both parents working the store, Leslie Gary and her siblings practically grew up there.
I grew up following both my grandfathers around, you know, at the farm, and loved to know how to fix stuff and loved to be helping in the middle of all that. And so I love the hardware part.
Had a tricycle out here, riding up and down the aisles. My kids are all grown now, obviously, and did the same thing.
And just like the growing family, the business grew as well.
You know, the old Hollywood Theater was next door. When it was torn down, we purchased that property. There used to be a drugstore on the corner. We purchased that property. There used to be a Cleaners around the corner. We purchased that property. So we've been able to expand right here.
Bart began working at the store about 40 years ago, bringing with him an idea that would give the business its unique identity.
And I saw that there was a need for this French and Victorian style furniture. Even though we still carried everything else, we really got to where we were heavy into that, and we became a destination point for that, and still are to this day.
Leslie started in 1986, thinking she'd stay only a year until she got her business degree.
You know, God always paves the way, and God puts you where you need to be, and through the years, it's been such a blessing. You know, so many wonderful people, and yeah, it's just really been wonderful.
Wonderful people like Jacqueline Loverson, a customer at Hollywood Furniture for roughly 30 years, starting when she bought her first living room set and beds for her children.
I mean, they just like family. I mean, they will help you, you know.
And Jonathan Washington, who said he's been coming to the store a couple of times a week for about 10 years now.
They're pretty good people. I hate they closing on me.
Deciding whether or not to close has been an agonizing decision for the Garys.
It's just time. I mean, I'm healthy. My sister is healthy, Leslie, and you know, I'm at the age now where, you know, I want to enjoy my grandkids and, you know, not be working all the time. And the great thing about it is we're doing it on our time.
It's just, I hope so many people come by and see us. I've been making a list for a long time of all the people I need to call that have shopped here and just may not have been here lately. And I would hate for somebody to drive up in March or April and go, oh, the Garys are gone and they didn't tell us.
Hollywood Furniture and Hardware, family run and community minded, making us proud that it's called this place home for nearly a century. Kim Clark, Action News 5.
Well, the Garys, they want to make sure to say thank you to all of Memphis for keeping their family business open for all of these years. And if you want to check out the store, you still have time to do it. They plan on keeping their doors open until the end of February.
Now let's talk about an important issue that affects all Americans, right? Because we know that there's two guarantees in life, death and taxes. And certainly these tax returns this year is going to be a doozy. There's going to be a lot of changes. So we got to go to our expert here, Mark Stever, Tax Information Officer with Jackson Hewitt, always in the know when it comes to this stuff. I saw Mark kind of laughing there as I was introing him. How are you, Mark? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Very exciting time for all Americans. It's tax refund time.
Tax refund time. Certainly some changes this coming year for these tax returns for 2022. Tell us some of the big changes people need to watch for.
Yeah, it may seem like it was not a year big change because there was not a lot of media on tax law changes and that year-end bill fizzled, but there are a lot of tax law changes. We call it the year of the great tax reset. A lot of the benefits that were put into place for the pandemic, increased child credit, dependent care credit, earned income credit, being able to deduct charitable donations if you don't itemize, all of those expired last year at the end of 2021. So they're not in place for 2022, and that could cause lower refunds for some taxpayers and may have some tax refund shock or tax refund risk of shock if you're not careful. So it's probably a good idea to pay extra close attention to your taxes this year and get after it a little bit earlier than you might have in the past.
Okay, so let's walk through it just kind of step by step here. Let's talk about first the changes you mentioned, the child tax credit in 2022.
Well, for 2021, it was about $2,000, up to about $1,400 was refundable. Jump ahead to 2022, or 2021, pardon me, the government changed the bill to allow $3,600 per young child and all of it refundable. Well, at the end of 2021, that expired. So it's not in place for 2022. It's back to that original amount, $2,000. And that's just one example. So if you had child tax credit last year or dependent care credits last year or earned income credit and you're single last year, you got a much bigger refund last year. Those won't be in place for this tax return, and it could result in a lower refund. Now, there's still great benefits, and they're still there. They'll just be a lot different. So I would tell your viewers this: don't use last year's tax return as your absolute guide for what to expect this year. Life changes and pandemic changes notwithstanding, the tax changes reverted back to prior pandemic amounts.
Okay, what about the child and dependent care credit change? Tell us about that.
Similar to the earned income credit, it was double, tripled, and made fully refundable in 2021, and then that expired in 2022 and was not updated. So it's back to the pre-pandemic amount. Now, if you do have children that were in daycare, so you could work, or you and your spouse could work, or summer camp even, you still have a nice big credit. It's just not as big as the 2021 size credit was.
Sorry about that, Mark. Those who are self-employed, what kind of changes are they looking at?
Well, there's still some great benefits if you're self-employed, full or part-time, have a side gig. The big one we've seen, and it continues to be big, the home office deduction. It's available if you're self-employed, full, or even part-time, or even if your spouse is. Not available if you're an employee. And there's a host of other deductions from travel, cell phone, computer, marketing, pocket expenses, out-of-pocket expenses, lunches, materials. All of those can go in to reduce your taxable income from your side gig and make your return on your activity a little bit better. So if you have side gig income, and a lot of people have since the pandemic, make sure either you understand what all the rules and deductions and options are, or your tax pro does, and keep really good records, because every deduction reduces your taxes and can increase your tax refund.
A lot of people are going to be wondering if they can still write off their charitable donations this year. What do you think?
Yeah, well, that's one of those ones that you could during 2021 at the height of the pandemic law changes. It expired in 2022. You still get a nice, healthy charitable donation for cash to your church, your mosque, or your synagogue, and even the fair market value of stuff that you donate. Unfortunately, it's only available if you itemize. In America, you need to get the standard deduction, or if larger, the itemized deductions, mortgage interest, property taxes, and charitable donation, among the many. And you have to be an itemizer to take charitable donations. People still do, but not as big as the option was in 2021 when you didn't even have to itemize to take that. But again, that one expired last year, not here this year. So when you go doing your taxes, don't look at last year's return as your roadmap for what to do. A good tax pro will know, but other people might make a mistake.
What about the earned income tax credit? Any changes in this year?
Well, it's one of the most overlooked tax credits. 1 in 5 people fail to take advantage of it. First, the good news, it's still in place. It's still a $6,000 plus maximum credit if you have 3 or more dependents. Unfortunately, for last year, like some of those other rules, if you were single, they tripled the amount of the earned income credit up to about $1,500. That, like those others, expired at the end of 2021. But it's still a nice credit. It's still a credit for moderate and middle income taxpayers that have earnings, and it's one that's often overlooked. So if you're not sure if you get the earned income credit, like a lot of the others, education credit, dependent care credit, and more, make sure you talk to a qualified, trained, and experienced tax professional to make sure you get all those credits. Because if there's one thing besides death and taxes like you open, if you leave it off your tax return, it stays off your tax return. The IRS is not in the business of making sure you get all your benefits. Only you and a tax pro, if you use one, can do that.
Okay, and finally, will there be more stimulus checks or recovery rebate credit this time?
certainly does not seem to be in the play right now. They floated that idea last year a little bit. It never really caught traction. So I do think you'll see one of those big stimulus payment checks like the $1,400 and the others. Now, some states are doing it, and they're creating a little bit of confusion on how you get it. Is it automatic? But in large part, there will be no stimulus on the 22 tax return. But a lot of other things still are. I go back to the credits we talked about, deductions we talked about, other benefits that if you look to your tax return, and more importantly, life changes that you had during the year, got married, got divorced, had a new dependent, taking care of a dependent parent, all of those can add to your tax return, tax refund, and they're not as big as tax law changes in the way of publicity. So if you had something big happen in your life, gone back to work full-time, self-employed, sidebar, side gig, make sure you tell your tax pro you may be sitting on some other boosters for your tax refund this year.
Mark, this has been so good. You've given us so much information out there. Where can people find that information online?
Well, any good tax company has a good website, jacksonhewitt.com. We have videos, tax tips, checklists to get started. You can put your zip code in and find an office near you. Make an appointment if you don't just want to walk in. A lot of things on our website at jacksonhewitt.com. But it's important to know next Monday is when IRS really starts processing tax refunds. So there's no reason to wait. Your documents are coming in. Get that shoebox envelope ready. File early, get your money early. You don't have to be Warren Buffett to know that makes sense. And you can start as early as today, but it'll start filing with the IRS on Monday.
And the deadline this year is April 18th, right?
That's correct. The 15th is on a weekend, and anytime it's on the weekend, it falls to the following Monday, which would ordinarily be April 17th, except that this year, that's Emancipation Day, a national holiday in Washington, D.C., so it moves to the next day. So you have a couple of extra days, April 18th, to file your taxes. But again, there is no good reason to wait. 3 out of 4 people get a refund every year. We expect that this year. File early, get your money. File early, lock up your data with the IRS in case one of those schemers has stolen your name and your social or your spouse. So file early, get your money. File early, lock up your data. And most importantly, file early in case you have new questions that come up from all the stuff we talked about. You don't want to be up against that midnight hour on the 18th looking for records for your side gig income. You want to do it early for all the right reasons, mostly because if you do money, you get the money. And even more importantly, if you owe taxes, and here's a big secret for your viewers, if you file early and you still don't have to write that check or debit card or checking account until April 18th at midnight. So filing early is separate from paying early. You can pay later.
Okay, tax information officer, the chief tax information officer for Jackson Hewitt, Mark Stieber. Mark, I always love chopping it up with you when it comes to taxes, what to watch for, what to not include or include this year. You spell it out so perfectly. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good luck to you all. It's the time to file.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Let's talk about health care changes for older Americans. They're going to be seeing some changes in 2023. Brand name drug prices, they've grown faster than general inflation now for more than a decade, meaning a growing number of patients have had to go without necessary medications. That's why AARP has been working hard to convince lawmakers to allow Medicare to negotiate prices with pharmaceutical companies, levy tax penalties on drug makers that raise prices more than inflation, and then cap Medicare Part D out-of-pocket costs. Let's talk about some of those changes for Medicare recipients right now with Lee Purvis, AARP's Senior Director of Healthcare Costs. Lee, good morning. Appreciate you being here. So let's talk about the changes that Medicare participants will be seeing this year.
Yeah, there are 3 really big changes that all Medicare beneficiaries should be aware of. Starting in January, recommended vaccines are now free for all Medicare beneficiaries. Also, Medicare beneficiaries who are in prescription drug plans will now have $35 cost sharing for their insulin. And another really big important change that you already mentioned is that drug companies will now be penalized if they increase their prices faster than inflation, which will hopefully discourage them from taking those big price increases that we've been seeing lately.
Okay, and how does this compare to 2022? I mean, you mentioned what we can expect in 2023. How does that compare with what we saw last year?
So last year, frankly, none of those protections were in place. People sometimes for vaccines were paying upwards of $100 as a cost sharing for their vaccines. And we also saw people who were taking insulin that were paying on average around $50 per month for their insulin, sometimes as much as $100 per month. So that change is a really important one because it's going to result in a lot of savings. And when it comes to those price increases, AARP has been reporting on prescription drug prices for a very long time. And the reality is nothing was in the system to stop drug companies from taking those big price increases. And now something is there because of this new law.
All right, let's talk about vaccines for Medicare beneficiaries this year. What's the change and what can they expect?
So previously, vaccines could be covered under your Medicare prescription drug plan. And depending on your plan and where you were in the benefits, sometimes you could have cost sharing of hundreds of dollars. And now that's going to stop. All recommended vaccines will now be available for free for Medicare beneficiaries. So that's going to hopefully reduce some obstacles that people may have had to getting the vaccines that they need.
We lost your audio.
Lee, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
I can. Thank you. You're back.
Okay. Yeah. So apologize for that. I was wondering if you could kind of give us some insight into people here in the Mid-South. Of course, we're in Tennessee, but we also cover Mississippi and Arkansas. Those people on Medicare that use insulin, how is that going to change in 2023?
So specific to Tennessee, there are about 83,000 people who are currently using insulin. So that is going to be a really big change for them because their cost sharing is now going to be hopefully greatly reduced down to $35 or potentially even less. And we know that there have been a lot of people who use insulin who have been facing really high out-of-pocket costs. So hopefully this change is going to take away kind of the struggles that people have been facing in terms of affording the medications that they need.
So let's talk about some of the other changes here. You're going through a lot of changes for older Americans, Medicaid, and or rather Medicare recipients. What about some other changes? When will we start to see those issues out-of-pocket prices? I know you mentioned a little bit off the top. Any other changes this year?
Yeah, there's some really big changes coming our way that will have a really big impact for a lot of people. The first is that Medicare is going to start reducing the amount that Medicare beneficiaries have to pay for their prescription drugs every year. Right now, there are some people who pay upwards of $10,000 for their prescription drugs when they're enrolled in a prescription drug plan. And by 2025, Medicare will limit the amount that people have to pay every year to $2,000. We know that more than 1 million people are paying more than that. So this is going to be a really big change for a very large number of people. And another really big important change is that Medicare is finally going to be allowed to negotiate the prices of popular prescription drugs. We're going to know the first 10 drugs that will be negotiated by the fall of this year, and the negotiated prices will become available in 2026. And that's not the end. There are going to be more drugs added every year, and we could see as many as 60 drugs with negotiated prices by 2030.
You know, a lot of our viewers are tuning in, trying to decipher some of these changes for 2023. Is there anything else you want to tell them, with regards to these changes? You've mentioned a lot already.
Yeah, this new law has an incredible number of provisions that are really going to help dramatically reduce prescription drug prices and costs for a lot of people. There are millions of people in this country who are on Medicare, and AARP is very well aware that many of them have been struggling with high prescription drug costs. And the provisions in this law are going to go a long way towards making sure that everyone has access to the drugs that they need.
Okay, and then I'm sure that there's a place online where people can go for more information, Lee. Where can people go to get this information you've talked about and perhaps some other information as well?
People who want to learn more can go to aarp.org/rx.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, Lee Purvis, we really appreciate everything that you've said with regards to breaking down some of these changes for those older Americans. I'm sure that they're going to be thrilled with some of these changes you mentioned, and then where they can go, aarp.org, to get some more information on that. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
When we get a chance, we always love talking to the best food reporter in Memphis and the Mid-South. We've got Jennifer Chandler on the line with us at the digital desk. Jennifer, good morning. We are talking about king cakes, some of the favorites out there. How are you?
I'm doing very good, and I have to just say, king cakes, in my opinion, are perfect for breakfast, lunch, dinner, afternoon snack, late night snack, you name it. You can enjoy them all you want for the next few weeks.
Oh yeah, round the clock, baby. Here we go.
So if you're not familiar with king cakes, it's a Mardi Gras tradition that kicks off during Epiphany, which was January 6th. And from that point on until Fat Tuesday, which is the day before Ash Wednesday, you can enjoy a king cake. And the tradition goes is this cake is it's like a yeasty cake similar to a cinnamon roll dough, and it can be stuffed with lots of good things, but it's always decorated with like vanilla icing and has the cinnamon sugar, not cinnamon sugar, but the colored sugars on top, and the Mardi Gras colors of gold and purple and green. And they are so good. But one of the things, if you happen to get the baby when you're taking a piece, tradition has it that you are to host the next party and bring the king cake for the next party. So it's kind of a catch-22. You get to be king for the day, but then you got to bring the next king cake.
That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, everyone always wants to find the baby, right?
I know. Well, and it used to be that if you wanted a good king cake, you'd have to drive down to New Orleans, or you'd have to have one shipped to Memphis. And over the past few years, more and more Memphis bakeries are making king cakes, and they are making really good king cakes. So I have on the commercialappeal.com right now, I have a list of 14 places in the Memphis area where you can find a delicious king cake. But I wanted to talk about a few of them because they're all a little bit different. And actually, I think a good challenge should be spend the next 2 weeks tasting all 14 of them would be a good one. It'd be a good challenge to have.
Ooh, good.
So you ready to get started?
Let's do it.
Okay, so one of my favorites has to do with the fact that I like a cream cheese stuffed king cake. And Sweet Lala's Bakery in East Memphis has a really good cinnamon roll dough, and they have turned it into this kind of big, and it's you can see from the picture, the cake is it's fat. It's like this big, and it is stuffed with this delicious vanilla cream cheese. And it is really, really good. It's good room temperature, but if you ever happen to catch one when they're pulling them out of the oven when it's warm, or you reheat it, it's nice, and the icing gets all gooey, and it's really, really worth every calorie that you can have. But that's a really pretty one that you can see that they have. It's one of my favorite. La Baguette makes a really good one as well. And theirs is more what you would think of when you get one from Gambino's or someplace like that down in New Orleans. It's a thinner type cake, but again, it has all the goodness, and you can order it. La Baguette, I actually think they just have the cinnamon roll flavor. Not cinnamon, but the cinnamon flavor. But there are places like the Donut Hut. We didn't have a picture of theirs, but they're out in Collierville, and they make a king cake, and they can have it stuffed with everything from like cherry and blueberry. I think they're doing a Bavarian cream one this year. And they have multiple sizes so that you, depending on what size group you're getting, you can get a really big giant one, or you can get a medium one, or you can get a small one that feeds maybe like 6 to 10 people. So the Donut Hut has a lot of different flavors and different types of things you can choose from. moving away from those traditional versions that those two places, if you're just wanting a king cake for two, what some of us sometimes do, the Ginger's Bread Company in Midtown, he makes a traditional size king cake, but he also makes one that serves two, that's really tasty and it's very cute. There's also Memphis Whistle, which is a bar. You would not think to pick up your king cakes, but they make individual size king cakes there. And what's really cool about there, Jeff Hicks, who is the owner, he's a mixologist. He's all about making his own infused alcohols and spirits. And he infuses vodka with cinnamon bark to make this kind of almost like fireballish type vodka. And they use that as the cinnamon base when they're making the icing for their king cakes. So that's kind of fun. And you can order those in advance. She'll have them. Amanda is his wife, and they have them. She's the one, the baker, and she has them in the restaurant. Most days, a limited number, but you can order these individual size ones there. Okay, moving from the non-traditional even further, there are a couple places doing some really interesting flavors this year. One is Farm and Fig, which is a prepared foods shop that is in the Cooper Young neighborhood. And owner Gina Grazzani told me that they're going to be making their traditional one this year that comes with cinnamon and cream cheese. But they are doing one called the King Creole, which I can't wait to get a bite of this one. It is stuffed with a banana and peanut butter pastry cream, and it's got the vanilla icing and all the sugar, on top, but it also has candied bacon on top. I mean, does that not sound like sinful and sinfully good?
Yes, very decadent. I love it. Keep it going, Jennifer.
Yeah.
We love it.
And then also St. Michael's Church does king cakes every year. Their head pastor and priest, Ben Bradshaw, before becoming in the priesthood, he was a chef. And so he does a lot of cool things around food, and it's a fundraiser for them. They are doing king cakes this year, and they have a whole variety of flavors. I actually had their Nutella one last year, and if you like Nutella, that's definitely one you might want to try. But they have a big selection of flavors as well. And one I'm really excited about this year is, in the past, king cakes really, if you're gluten-free, you really haven't had an option, just because of the nature of what a king cake is. But this year, the gluten-free bakery Jacques Louise, which is an online bakery, you order a special order only, she is making gluten-free king cakes for those who can't have gluten. So there is an option now for those of you that want something different. And one of the things I'm going to say about all these king cakes is order them in advance if you think you want one. I mean, as I said, many of them say that they have some in stock, but they're probably going to hope, the week or two before Mardi Gras, they're probably going to only have one or two in-house, and they will probably sell out quickly. And especially if you want one right about Mardi Gras, like around that weekend before Mardi Gras on Fat Tuesday, they only have a limited amount of capability in their bakeries, so they will cut off orders. And most places I find sell out a couple of weeks in advance for those big days, that Saturday and Sunday and that Tuesday of Mardi Gras weekend. So definitely order in advance if you think you want to order one for a group. But if anything, just go find one over the next few weeks. It's good. I mean, they are so good. I have to admit, I may have already had 2 or 3.
Well, that gluten-free option, that's a good option for a lot of people. My wife's gluten-free, so that's a big one that we can enjoy and take part in. Tell us the dates again, Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday, just so we have it down.
I'm sitting here and I'm all of a sudden, I was like, had this senior moment. I'm going to tell you real quick about the exact date. Because, Fat Tuesday changes every year. And so, wait, I'm looking at, February 21st. As soon as I got on here, I was like, wait, I forgot to double check the date. So you have until February 21st to enjoy a king cake. So
Awesome. And then Primus Bakery, I see this one here.
Oh, it's Prima's Bakery and Boutique.
Yes.
So Prima's is the Spanish word for cousins. And there are two cousins that own this cute little bakery that is downtown on South Main. It's kind of like a couple of bays down from Ernestine and Hazel's. And they do just amazingly beautiful desserts, and it's a fun gift shop boutique. And so this is their king cake. And as you can see, when you look at these pictures, everybody's king cake is a little bit different. And that's what I love about it. It's fun to go and taste and see how different they are. And one of the things about Prima's is, in addition to the king cakes, they're making king cake donuts. They're making king cake macaroons. They're making I think king cake decorated cookies. So they have a lot of fun things on their menu that are definitely worth checking out. I'm trying to think of who else that I have forgotten to mention. There's so many good ones on the list. Oh, and it's not necessarily a cake, so it didn't make my list, but insiders know that if you love a donut and you love a king cake, the 2 weeks prior to Fat Tuesday, king cake donuts show up in the case at Gibson's Donuts. So that's a good thing to know.
Say no more. That's awesome. I love the cream cheese filling. I mean, the Bavarian cream and some of the other ones. I didn't know there was so much creativity when it came to king cakes. It wasn't. I knew it was not a one size fits all, but certainly there's a lot of creativity. I really enjoyed that. Okay, so people can see this on commercialappeal.com/food, right, Jennifer?
Yes, I have the full list is up there now, and it'll actually be in the print edition Friday. And definitely check it out. And I said, let me know what are your favorites. And if you discover one somewhere else that somehow I missed, please let me know, because I'm originally from New Orleans. I was born there. I mean, I grew up pretty much in Memphis, but there's certain things that have a special place in my heart, and the king cake tradition is one that definitely does. So I want to make sure that I include everyone that I can in that list. So if you find someone that's making a great one, send me a note. Let me know.
Awesome. Jennifer Chandler, the Commercial Appeal food reporter. We always appreciate your segment here on the Digital Desk. Thanks very much.
It's good to see you. Happy Mardi Gras.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you as well. We've been talking a lot about veterans and the VA and the various benefits and some of the different courses, some of the different awareness and certain classes that are available for veterans when it comes to mental health, when it comes to all other kinds of benefits. And I want to tell you right now about the PACT Act. It's a monumental piece of legislation signed into law, and it's a serious expansion of veteran benefits in its history. I want to bring in now Josh Jacobs, a senior advisor for the Department of Veteran Affairs, Veteran Benefits Administration. Josh, good morning. Tell us about the PACT Act.
Hey, good morning. Actually, this is Ron Burke filling in for Josh Jacobs today.
Okay, Ron, I apologize for that, but go ahead and tell us about the PACT Act. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. Thank you. The PACT Act is the largest piece of legislation in our history. It has the ability to impact millions of veterans. It has opened up healthcare access to more veterans. It's added more than 20 presumptive conditions to those veterans that were impacted by burn pits or other toxins. It has added additional presumptive locations to our veterans that were exposed to Agent Orange or radiation. And it also provides for toxic exposure screening for all veterans currently enrolled in the Veterans Health Administration.
Okay, so what actions should veterans take if they want some of these benefits that specifically relates to them and their health care?
We are strongly encouraging veterans and survivors who think that they may be entitled to benefits to file a claim now. They can do so by going to our website, va.gov/PACT, or by calling 1-800-MyVA411. And the strongest message would be, if you feel that you're entitled, even if you're in doubt, we want you to file your claim.
Okay, and can veterans apply for health care services or benefits for these conditions, and even though they won't be immediately implemented?
We're already implementing. The PACT Act has passed. We're processing claims. The Veterans Health Administration has already administered more than 1.4 million toxic exposure screenings. The Veterans Benefits Administration has received more than 265,000 PACT Act claims, of which we've decided more than 85,000. So we do not want veterans or survivors to delay. They can file their claims now.
Okay, let's talk about family members and dependents, for example. Are they going to be able to benefit from the PACT Act?
Absolutely. There are provisions within the PACT Act specific to survivors. Those survivors that have filed in the past and were previously denied, we want them to refile claims. Those that have not filed in the past, we want you to file your original claim. And we are doing extensive outreach to survivors as part of the PACT Act to invite those claims and increase awareness of the entitlement to benefit for those survivors.
Okay, anything else you want to mention? It looks like we got some video problems with your shot here. Anything else you want to mention? Where can people go for more of this?
Please go to va.gov/PACT or 1-800-MY-VA-411. And the message I would send to your listeners is that VA is prepared to handle your claim. We're here to serve, and we want you to file your claims. Please don't delay.
Okay, Ronald Burke, we appreciate your time. Department of Veteran Affairs, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. We have clouds right now, and that will be here all day today. You won't see any sunshine. We'll still have a potential for some drizzle or mist, but no heavy rain to deal with this morning or afternoon. This is noon today. Again, nothing showing up on here, but just trust me, mist and drizzle will be part of our day. Later on tonight by 7 o'clock, a few showers start firing up near Ashland, Corinth, and also in spots like Bolivar and Selmer. And as temperatures drop down into the 30s overnight, you may even see a little bit of sleet and snow. The pink color will be the sleet. The other color is the snow over towards Oxford and Ashland, Batesville, Senatobia, just name a few. The best chance for snow tomorrow afternoon will probably be around 1 o'clock in West Tennessee. If you're in spots like Bolivar or Selmer going into Crockett County, also in Dyersburg, seeing some of that snow, may even see some in Corinth as well. And the potential for that to stick to the ground is very low because temperatures will be in the mid to upper 30s. May see a little dusting on your roof or on top of your car, but other than that, I'm not expecting any impacts from that snow here in the Mid-South tonight or tomorrow. Wind gusts will stay close to 20 miles per hour through this afternoon. Even at 5, 6 o'clock tonight, still 15 to 20 mile per hour winds will be possible. It's breezy tonight, but you just won't have any of those strong gusts like what we had last night and today. And because of those winds, it'll feel colder than this temperature I'm actually showing you. 41 degrees at noon. It'll feel more like the 30s all day today because of those winds. 43 at 3 o'clock. Then we're in the lower 40s at 7. I still have that 10 to 20% chance of a shower or of some flurries as we go throughout the day today. Look at these low temperatures tonight. A cold 32 in Memphis, 30 in Covington, 30 degrees in Brownsville. We're at 31 degrees in Somerville tonight. Low temperature around 33 in Batesville, 34 in Clarksdale, 31 degrees in Ashland, 30 in Forest City today, and 31 in Marion this evening. Temperatures actually rise up as we head to the weekend. First Alert Weekend forecast 55 on Saturday, 52 on Sunday, but a cold front moves through here on Sunday. That's going to drop temperatures down at the start of next week and also going to bring a little bit of rain. We'll dry out on Friday, and then on Saturday we're mostly dry. Rain doesn't start pushing in until late in the evening. This is 10 o'clock at night, and that's when I'm expecting the rain. So Saturday is not even close to a washout, but by 10 o'clock at night Saturday, showers start as a cold front moves in. We'll have on and off rain while you're sleeping on Saturday, at least for most of us. And then by Sunday at 7 a.m., we still have rain across the area. It'll be soggy start to the day Sunday. Now, I do think we'll see rain through late morning, early afternoon. This is noon on Sunday with showers continuing in Oxford and Selmer. May even have a little bit of drizzle hanging out in Memphis. But as we get later in the afternoon into the evening, I do think most of us will be drying out on Sunday. So here's that temperature trend over the next few days on our First Alert 7-day forecast. 44 today, 42 on Thursday. Low temperatures for most of us will be in the 20s to lower 30s on Thursday night, another cold one. And then 53 degrees on Friday. We're the 50s over the weekend, but as I mentioned, we get colder next week behind the front. So the high temperature on Monday is only 43 degrees.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are experiencing one of the hottest summers on record, and you got to remember that we have to protect all kinds of things from the summer heat. We got to protect our family, certainly our plants if we have a garden, and our pets. It's so important because the summer heat can certainly put your pet in danger. Let's talk about some of those problems there with Dr. Lori Teller. She's president of the American Veterinary Medical Association. Dr. Teller, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you so much. So let's talk about something that maybe people don't really think about when they think of the summer months. They think about getting out, enjoying it with their dog or their pet, but there's some dangers out there that people might not think about first and foremost.
There are tremendous dangers. Heat stroke is a major problem in our pets right now. We see it day after day. Pets do not cool off as easily as humans do. Some of them can be extra susceptible to the heat. Our very young pets, our older pets, and the dogs and cats that have the smushed in faces like pugs and French bulldogs or Himalayan cats, they are super susceptible to the heat. Ideally, during the day, you would just take them outside to go to the bathroom and then keep them indoors when it's time to go on a walk or get some exercise. Go early in the morning or late in the evening after the temperatures are relatively cooler.
What about the dangers of something more obscure, Dr. Teller, like algae blooms? Talk about that for a minute, because that's dangerous too, right? Very toxic.
Oh, very toxic. There is not a lot that you can do once your pet has been exposed to an algae bloom. Of course, we see this mostly in dogs. So if you are out hiking or camping, even just for the day, and you come across a pond or a lake that seems to have algae, cyanobacteria growing in it, do not let your dog swim in it. Do not let your dog drink from it. Can cause major neurologic and gastrointestinal damage that is irreversible and can be toxic literally within the day. If your dog is exposed, jumped in, say, before you could stop it, rinse your dog off as quickly as you can, and then seek immediate veterinary care.
We do all kinds of stories here about, be careful, never leave a dog or a pet in a closed, hot vehicle. Certainly, unfortunately, there are those instances where not only are you leaving children in the backseat of your car, but also a pet in a closed vehicle. And I guess even though we say it almost ad nauseum these days, it's still a problem, right?
It is a problem. I just saw a case last week, and it's so heartbreaking. Never leave your pet in a hot car. Even if it's 70 degrees outside, it can get up to over 100 degrees in your car within a matter of minutes. That's true even if you've parked in the shade and cracked the windows. That really makes no difference as to how hot your car can get. And our dogs can suffer, or cats or kids can suffer from heat stroke very rapidly. And again, it is so heartbreaking to see when it happens. Of course, if you realize that you have locked your pet in the car, get some towels, run it under cool water, not cold, wrap your pet up in it, and then seek immediate emergency veterinary care. That's the only chance your pet is going to have.
Dr. Teller, can you tell us about the heartworm protection in the South? That's an issue, right?
Oh, it's a huge issue. Heartworm disease is an issue across the United States, certainly very prevalent in the South and along the Gulf Coast. Heartworms are spread by mosquitoes, so they're rampant here. We rarely go a day without mosquitoes, and the mosquito bites your dog, and then within months you have adult heartworms living in the heart, eventually leading to heart failure. There is treatment for it. It is expensive. It is grueling. It is so much easier to prevent heartworm disease in dogs and in cats. There's monthly medication. There's also an injectable medication now available for our dogs that's given, depending on which one you get, either every 6 months or every 12 months. So don't let your dog or cat die from something that is so easily prevented.
Are there preventatives that maybe aren't working as well as they should? I know that there's a shot available. What do you recommend?
The injections are amazing, and then you don't have to remember to give something from month to month. It's easy to go into your veterinarian, just get the injection on a regular basis, which is every 6 months or every year. Some people would prefer to give the monthly prevention, and that's great too. Just remember to put that reminder on your calendar. We have seen that most heartworm preventives still are effective as long as they're given as they are supposed to be given. There have been some reports of some possible resistance, especially along the Gulf Coast. Most of that may be more related to owner compliance and giving it appropriately, but it is definitely something that we are monitoring.
I didn't even know that there was telehealth available for pets out there. Can you tell us some of the do's and don'ts and I guess the availability of telehealth for pets?
Telehealth can be so immediate, so immensely helpful in taking care of our pets. A lot of veterinarians are offering it, so if you are interested, then definitely talk to your veterinarian about it. But it's a great adjunct to your regular in-person visits to your veterinarian's office. We can use them for follow-up. Say your pet had surgery 10, 14 days ago, and we just want to check the incision and make sure that it looks like it's healing okay. Super easy to do on a telehealth visit. Or say we've just diagnosed your pet with a chronic ailment, diabetes, arthritis, kidney disease, heart failure. We're certainly going to want to see your pet in person, put our hands on it to a physical exam. But in between, if you have questions or we need to do just monitoring of progress, how your pet's responding to medication, telehealth can be a great way to do that where you don't have to leave your home for follow-up visits. Telehealth can also be very helpful for behavior cases if your pet has anxiety, reacts to thunderstorms, or gets very nervous when everyone has gone away from the home, or nutritional guidance. There's some amazing ways that we can use telemedicine. The best ways to do it are with your own veterinarian. And of course, your veterinarian is going to want to get to know you and have done a physical exam on your pet first, just to be aware of everything that's going on, and then using telemedicine in between those visits, just to help maintain that level of connection and monitoring to catch any changes potentially earlier than we would have otherwise.
What do you do if you suspect that your pet is suffering some sort of heat stroke?
Oh, yeah, which we're seeing a lot of right now. So if you suspect your pet is suffering from heat stroke, and some of those symptoms could be panting excessively and not stopping that panting in the expected amount of time, drooling, staggering around, vomiting, diarrhea, non-responsive when you call his or her name, things like that, maybe even collapse, change in gum color. If it's a cat, open mouth breathing. Those are all signs of heat stroke. You want to get some towels, run them under cool water, not ice cold water, wrap your pet up, and then head straight to the veterinarian's office or the emergency clinic to get appropriate care. There's a lot of supportive care that will need to be done to prevent further damage to internal organs into the brain.
I got another question for you. Kind of open-ended, Dr. Teller, and sometimes there are some things that pets do. For example, dogs may be licking their paws, and that may be a gut issue. Are there any other telltale signs that can really help us kind of determine, maybe an ailment or something that's bothering our pet?
So, of course, anything that seems out of the ordinary, if your pet is sleeping more frequently than usual, if you've noticed a change in appetite, activity level, engagement with the family, if your pet seems grumpy, those are all signs that something could be wrong. And pets are really good at trying to hide their symptoms because that's their natural instinct to do that. And you are going to know your pet the best. So definitely if something is off, that's a good time to go in for a checkup and see if there is something that you should be concerned about. As you mentioned, licking paws, that can be a sign of a lot of things. So allergies come to mind. Of course, if they've gotten a wound on their paw, that can also cause them to lick. Sometimes arthritis can, and then gastrointestinal upset. So if they're nauseated, they may start looking at their paws or at the carpet or at furniture, all of those kinds of things. So definitely a good time to have a chat with your veterinarian about what's going on with that. And they can do the complete physical and determine if there is a problem, or they can recommend further diagnostic testing to see if there's something going on that we can't just pick up from the history and physical exam.
All right, Dr. Lori Teller, thanks so very much. It's been an interesting and fascinating interview, just giving us some insight into what to watch for during these hot months here. We appreciate your insight, and as always, thanks very much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, Action News 5 digital desk here, and we are splitting the screen because I want to show you a live picture downtown in Memphis at the main office, okay, rather the main conference room for the United States Attorney's Office. We are expecting a news conference to begin at any moment here. This is Kevin G. Ritz, the United States Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, and he has planned a press conference to start at any moment, and it's about the Tyre Nichols investigation. So you can see the microphones are all set, ready for everyone to take the podium and give us updates on the investigation, specifically with regards to the United States Attorney and its investigation. So we're going to be waiting for that. We're going to be taking it in its entirety live for you on the Action News 5 digital desk. Once it begins, we'll take it for you live. In the meantime, we are talking about overcrowding in emergency rooms. It is such a problem. Certainly it was in COVID, and now it continues to be an issue with RSV and the flu in the winter months. We have details here on the issue and some solutions. Imagine racing into your local emergency room, but you have to wait hours to be seen. Then ER doctors admit you to the hospital, but there are no beds available. Yale emergency medicine doctor Arjun Venkatesh and his colleagues have documented widespread and increasing overcrowding. In a pair of newly published studies, the researchers looked first at the length of time patients waited in the ER before they were admitted.
Those who come to the emergency department
are all right, so we're going to interrupt that piece. We're going to go live back to United States Attorney's Office, Kevin G. Ritz, for that news conference that's beginning right now. Let's listen in.
Rights investigation into the circumstances leading to the tragic death of Tyre Nichols. Earlier this week, I had the privilege of meeting with Mr. Nichols's mother, father, grandmother, and aunt. I had the privilege of hearing from them about Tyre, a young man who enjoyed skateboarding, Starbucks, and sunsets at Shelby Farms. I would like to share with the community what I told Mr. Nichols's family. What I said was that the Department of Justice cares deeply about potential violations of constitutional rights here in Memphis and throughout America. I said we have opened a criminal civil rights investigation. I told them this federal civil rights investigation will be thorough, it will be methodical, and it will continue until we gather all the relevant facts. As with any other federal investigation, we will go where those facts take us. I delivered that message to them, and I want this community to hear that message as well. As I told Mr. Nichols's family, our federal investigation may take some time. These things often do. But we will be diligent, and we will make decisions based on the facts and the law. My office is working hand in hand with the Civil Rights Division in Washington, as well as the FBI and other law enforcement partners. Our team includes very experienced federal prosecutors from our office here in Memphis. It includes very experienced FBI agents from the FBI Memphis field office, and it includes a very experienced attorney from the Civil Rights Division. We have been in constant, very constructive communication with the Shelby County District Attorney, as well as state and local law enforcement agencies about this case. I'm thankful for that, and I expect that will continue. Finally, I know there is significant public interest in the release of the video that was shown to Mr. Nichols's family. The state and local authorities have responsibility for determining when to release video from this incident to the public. What I will say on behalf of the federal authorities is we want people to express their right to be heard, but we want them to do so in a peaceful and nonviolent way. I'll close by saying that I grew up in this city, and I care deeply about this city. I want this city to be a place where justice is done. The United States is committed to following the facts and the law, guided by principles of justice every step of the way. Thank you for your time this morning.
Sir, can I just one question, not on the investigation, just on why was this important for you to do today? Can you just answer just one question?
Okay, live pictures. That was a very brief news conference there. It looks like we have someone else speaking.
Yep.
No? Okay. Looks like that was a very brief news conference there. That was U.S. Attorney for Western Tennessee, Kevin Ritz, talking about the Department of Justice opening up a criminal civil rights investigation, gathering all relevant facts into this case of Tyre Nichols, working hand in hand with the Civil Rights Division in Washington, D.C. He just spoke for just a few minutes today, and just a few minutes a little while ago, talking about how he grew up in Memphis, how he's committed to following the facts and law and wants to see justice in this case. Again, that was U.S. Attorney for West Tennessee, Kevin Ritz, talking about the Department of Justice and opening a criminal civil rights investigation. So we will be continuing to follow more from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western Division, and we'll be following more about anything that comes out of the Justice Department here on Action News 5 and the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, there's been a lot of talk recently about the demand for retired workers during the labor shortage, and we ran a survey, and there was apparently a survey of 800 retirees all across the U.S. to find out just how many are planning to go back to work and why. And apparently there was 1 in 5 are likely to go back to work this year. Let's talk more about what else this survey had to say with our career expert, Stacey Holler. Stacey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you, Andrew.
So listen, Stacey, you know, I'm thinking about retirees and some of the reasons they're going back to work. And my first thing, just because it's been in the news recently, is the fact that maybe they've had this fixed income for many years and inflation is just blowing them out right now. Is that one of the reasons?
Absolutely, that's one of the reasons. I mean, people thought they had their plan set for retirement, and in so many ways, the world changed in the last 2 years. So everything's flipped around, but absolutely financial reasons are some of the reasons retirees are looking to go back to work.
I understand that, and I can understand why they're going back to work. It makes me sad, you know, because I feel bad for them. They think, oh, okay, I got my nest egg, I'm ready to go and relax. What is I don't know if this survey really kind of gauged this, but what was their attitude of getting back in the workforce? Were they excited? Were they upset about it?
I'm so glad you asked that, because it's been very interesting in my practice and speaking with these folks who are going back. They're actually excited about going back. I've had several conversations in the last week. In fact, this morning I was talking to a 72-year-old retiree who said he missed working. He missed people. He missed collaboration. And I hear from many people that even if the financial reasons aren't the reason that they're retiring, they just thought it was the time to go play golf, they're like, they still want to be engaged. Most of the people I speak with are excited because they have an opportunity to go back to work on their own terms at this stage in their career. They could work flexible hours, they could work remote, they could work part-time. So it's a whole different purview for these folks.
You know, I'm interested, Stacey, maybe a little bit of a deeper dive here. I would think that maybe perhaps they're excited, and I don't know if you gauge this, but they're excited because, you know, for 2 years or so, we've been in this pandemic keeping everybody separate, and now here we are, you know, you have an opportunity to be with people again, and so you're excited about this opportunity. Is that something you saw?
I do. It is partly because of that for sure. But even if they're working remote, then they have some camaraderie even with remote workers. So yes, that is a part of it. I also have been speaking with a lot of CEOs in the last few weeks, and they are just bored. They're not ready to get out of the game. So I speak to a lot of people who are excited just to be back in the game. They still want to contribute. You know, older workers are much younger these days.
Very true. Very true. And I understand that they're going back, Stacey, to a different kind of field than they retired from. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, it's really, they feel like it's an opportunity to do something new and different. And that's why where a little of the excitement comes now. That's not to say, Andrew, that there's a bunch of people that are working because they really need to, and they're not as excited. But I speak to an awful lot of people who want to try something new, or the CEOs want to go into consulting, or I've spoken to people who were in more of my business, recruiting for years, and now they want to do some other type of phone work. So there is a little bit of excitement to do something that maybe you always wanted to do, and you could afford to do that right now and still be engaged. So it really runs the gamut, Andrew. People have a lot of different reasons for going back, but it's not as downtrodden as you would think. These people are excited about still contributing. There is no retirement age anymore in a lot of these people's minds.
Well said, Stacey. I don't know if you have this in your survey, but you know, I'm curious as how employers are reacting to this wealth of knowledge of retirees coming back into the workforce. Any idea? Can we gauge on what they're feeling?
Yeah, those are the people who are reaching out to the retirees. I mean, there's a lot of challenges now in the workplace. Everybody's trying to figure out how to work remote. And it's very welcoming for these people to bring back folks. Some of them are going back to their old organizations part-time, and they're being asked to because they have the experience and the knowledge. They don't have to learn the basics of the workforce, and they can become mentors to other people. And they already have an established experience. So in many ways, it's easier to bring them in with their experience and knowledge that they could share.
What else have we haven't touched on, Stacey, that came out from this survey that you got? Because this is all fascinating to me, and it actually paints a more of an optimistic and upbeat view of things.
For me, from my purview, it is encouraging. I think these retirees who in the past years were very limited as to options. You were told to retire, and then maybe if you still needed to work or wanted to be engaged in work, you had to look locally because you still, at an older age, you might not want to commute 2 hours a day. So you were pretty limited in what your choices are. But the choices for retirees who want to go back to work now is much more open. And that's why you hear in me a little excitement about it, because I'm hearing people who still want to be engaged and have opportunities they didn't have before. So although a lot of them are also doing it for financial reasons, it's not like earlier in their career where they might have taken something that they didn't love because they had to. Retirees are feeling a little more wiggle room in really doing something that they like to do, and they might not have to do it full time. So they could enjoy it more on a part-time basis.
I follow 100%. Anything else, Stacey, before we let you go? This has been very informative. I like it a lot.
Well, I love preaching this and letting people know it's out there, because I do think that there are retirees out there who don't know this is a good time for them. Whether they want to get back in for financial reasons, they just want to stay engaged, they still want to contribute, or there's something they always wanted to do that they might have the opportunity to do now. So I love sharing that information, and I hope those folks out there who still want to be engaged realize they can be if they'd like to today.
Okay, Stacey Holler, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We appreciate your fact-finding mission, and take care of yourself, okay?
Thank you so much.
Hey, good morning. We have clouds right now, and that will be here all day today. You won't see any sunshine. We'll still have a potential for some drizzle or mist, but no heavy rain to deal with this morning or afternoon. This is noon today. Again, nothing showing up on here, but just trust me, mist and drizzle will be part of our day. Later on tonight by 7 o'clock, a few showers start firing up near Ashland, Corinth, and also in spots like Bolivar and Selmer. And as temperatures drop down into the 30s overnight, you may even see a little bit of sleet and snow. The pink color will be the sleet. The other color is the snow over towards Oxford and Ashland, Batesville, Senatobia, just name a few. The best chance for snow tomorrow afternoon will probably be around 1 o'clock in West Tennessee. If you're in spots like Bolivar or Selmer, going into Crockett County, also in Dyersburg, seeing some of that snow, may even see some in Corinth as well. And the potential for that to stick to the ground is very low because temperatures will be in the mid to upper 30s. May see a little dusting on your roof or on top of your car, but other than that, I'm not expecting any impacts from that snow here in the Mid-South tonight or tomorrow. Wind gusts will stay close to 20 miles per hour through this afternoon. Even at 5, 6 o'clock tonight, still 15 to 20 mile per hour winds will be possible. It's breezy tonight, but you just won't have any of those strong gusts like what we had last night and today. And because of those winds, it'll feel colder than this temperature I'm actually showing you. 41 degrees at noon. It'll feel more like the 30s all day today because of those winds. 43 at 3 o'clock. Then we're in the lower 40s at 7. I still have that 10 to 20% chance of a shower or of some flurries as we go throughout the day today. Look at these low temperatures tonight. A cold 32 in Memphis, 30 in Covington, 30 degrees in Brownsville. We're at 31 degrees in Somerville tonight. Low temperature around 33 in Batesville, 34 in Clarksdale, 31 degrees in Ashland, 30 in Forest City today, and 31 in Marion this evening. Temperatures actually rise up as we head to the weekend. First Alert Weekend forecast 55 on Saturday, 52 on Sunday, but a cold front moves through here on Sunday. That's going to drop temperatures down at the start of next week and also going to bring a little bit of rain. We'll dry out on Friday, and then on Saturday we're mostly dry. Rain doesn't start pushing in until late in the evening. This is 10 o'clock at night, and that's when I'm expecting the rain. So Saturday is not even close to a washout, but by 10 o'clock at night Saturday, showers start. As a cold front moves in, we'll have on and off rain while you're sleeping on Saturday, at least for most of us. And then by Sunday at 7 a.m., we still have rain across the area. It'll be soggy start to the day Sunday. Now, I do think we'll see rain through late morning, early afternoon. This is noon on Sunday, with showers continuing in Oxford and Selmer. May even have a little bit of drizzle hanging out in Memphis. But as we get later in the afternoon into the evening, I do think most of us will be drying out on Sunday. So here's that temperature trend over the next few days on our First Alert 7-day forecast. 44 today, 42 on Thursday. Low temperatures for most of us will be in the 20s to lower 30s on Thursday night, another cold one. And then 53 degrees on Friday. We're in the 50s over the weekend, but as I mentioned, we get colder next week behind the front. So the high temperature on Monday is only 43 degrees.
Okay, so we're talking about overcrowding in emergency rooms. We were trying to play this piece earlier, but we were interrupted by that news conference from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Let's go ahead and talk about ER overcrowding and the problems along with solutions.
Imagine racing into your local emergency room, but you have to wait hours to be seen. Then ER doctors admit you to the hospital, but there are no beds available. Yale emergency medicine doctor Arjun Venkatesh and his colleagues have documented widespread and increasing overcrowding. In a pair of newly published studies, the researchers looked first at the length of time patients waited in the ER before they were admitted.
Those who come to the emergency department are evaluated, they receive diagnostics and treatments, and then they need inpatient hospitalization. They need to stay in the hospital or waiting 2, 3, 4, up to 12 and 24 hours for a bed in the hospital.
Researchers say that wait time, called boarding time, is well above the national recommendation, which is no more than a 4-hour wait. As a result, Dr. Venkatesh says patients wind up walking out.
1 in 10 people who come to the emergency department end up leaving without receiving care because the wait is too long.
The researchers say a healthcare worker shortage is contributing to hospital overcrowding, leading to the longer ER wait times. Dr. Venkatesh says hospitals may need to rethink how they deliver health care.
We have to figure out how to get people back to the bedside who have the training and the skills to do it. And maybe we start using artificial intelligence, computer technologies, other tools that we have to do the back office work so that those people can be taking care of patients and be more effective at doing that.
Studies have found emergency department overcrowding leads to treatment delays, prolonged disease, and death. For healthcare workers, overcrowding leads to higher doctor and nurse turnover rates, higher burnout, and in some cases, overworked ER doctors and misdiagnosed patients. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. All right, the CDC is looking to test airplane wastewater as the next stop in its COVID tracking program. Biology Company will partner with the CDC's traveler-based surveillance program to detect COVID and flu variants among international travelers. The company says tracking sewage for traces of COVID is a validated scientific process, no longer in its pilot phase, and airplanes are just the next logical step. Arkansas bill requiring public and charter school students to use the bathroom of their birth gender was up for discussion in a legislative committee. Sponsored by State Senator Dan Sullivan of Craighead County, the bill would also require students on school-sponsored overnight trips to room with other students based on their birth genders. Schools that do not comply would lose funding. State lawmakers on the House Education Committee moved the ball forward. Out in Memphis, the ACLU, the Tennessee Equality Project, speaking out about what they call the state legislature's anti-LGBTQ community. The organization says at least 5 pieces of legislation take aim at LGBTQ rights in Tennessee. In a statement here, this is from Molly Quinn. She said, quote, Tennessee boasts some of the country's most dangerous anti-LGBTQ plus legislation. This session, as a community, we must have our voices heard by those in power who seek to diminish. Medical marijuana applicants in Mississippi got a much anticipated message from the State Department of Health. Patients are getting emails letting them know their medical cards are now activated. Patients have been going to dispensaries to get their accounts set up and their information entered into the state system. They're now waiting for the stores to fill up with product.
Weren't able to really put people in yet because their cards weren't activated. But now that the cards are being activated, we've probably had 50 people reach out in the last 2 days, and we've had about 15 come by today to get set up in the system.
All right, the legislation of medical marijuana in Mississippi happened when Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves signed a bill into law nearly 1 year ago. Attorneys hired by Jay-Z and other entertainers have ended 2 lawsuits that they filed on behalf of Mississippi inmates. Mississippi Parchment came under Justice Department scrutiny after outbursts of deadly violence in late 2019-2020. Lawsuits were dismissed this month after the inmates' attorneys and the State Department of Corrections said improvements have been made during the past 3 years at Parchment. Those include installing AC units in most of the prison and updates to the electrical, water, and sewer systems. The 64th annual AutoZone Liberty Bowl last December turned into an instant classic, a 55-53 triple overtime victory by Arkansas over Kansas. It was an incredible game. I watched it live. Unbelievable, untold story behind the game's success. It took a lot of effort by the city, especially the Memphis Fire Department, for the game to happen with the hard freeze in late December. It broke water lines, and it did a number on the Memphis's infrastructure. So the executive director of the Liberty Bowl, Steve Earhart, he told the Memphis Rotary Club that the morning of game day, Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium had no water. Listen to this.
We got every porta potty from 3 states on trucks coming in case we needed to use them. Luckily, though, the city, and again, thanks to Mayor Strickland and his staff, we got the water on 2 hours before the kickoff on December 28th.
All right, longtime AutoZone Liberty Bowl director there, Steve Hart. He says that the fire department pumped water into the stadium, bypassing MLGW water lines. Football fans then voted the AutoZone Liberty Bowl the 5th best game of 2022 of thousands of games played last year, a game that only happened thanks to hard work by the city of Memphis and the AutoZone Liberty Bowl organizers behind the scenes. Andrew Douglas at the Action News 5 digital desk. There is an amazing medical community in Memphis and the Mid-South. Most of us who have been here for a significant period of time know that. And I want to tell you about a center of innovation at Regional One Health that's really kind of expanding some of the great things that are happening in our medical community here. I'm joined by Alejandra Alvarez, Director for the Center of Innovation, at Regional One Health. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Good. So tell me, I've never heard of this, so tell me what the Center of Innovation is.
Absolutely. So we are a division of Regional One Health that was created back in 2016 with the goal of providing a platform that aims to inspire and cultivate new ideas, research, and technology from within the organization, so members within the hospital, as well as the community and entrepreneurs and anyone who's disrupting healthcare through the use of innovation.
That sounds interesting. Sounds very cutting edge, Alejandra. Tell me some of the specifics that, I guess it's been around for a little bit. Tell me some of the specifics that have come out of the center that maybe our audience would know about.
Absolutely. So we run two different programs. One is aimed for our internal members, and that's called the Innovation Lab, where we are building innovation by capturing ideas from our members and seeing if they prove to be valid value propositions. The other is our Healthcare Startup Access Incubator, and that's probably something that the community may have heard, and that is an incubator aimed at startups, healthcare startups. And some of those companies or individuals that have participated in that incubator are Cast 21, which is a company that provided or has developed an alternative cast to orthopedic injuries. We've got Sweet Bio, who also is headquartered in Memphis here as well, and they have developed a bioengineer wound product made out of Manuka honey. And most recently, we are currently working with a company called Wellways, and they have developed a thermal sensor device that aims at detecting abnormalities in the breast in hopes of improving early cancer detection. So those are some of the participants in our healthcare access incubator. One of the programs that is aimed at external community members, entrepreneurs in the community, as a way to see how we can contribute to disrupting healthcare, changing healthcare locally as well as beyond.
I love some of these innovations. Thank you so much for sharing them with us, because it's something that everyone can relate to, get behind, and really share in the successes of them. I guess it's one of those things where it really does pinpoint exactly how important some of these innovations are to have in the medical community, not just here in Memphis and the Mid-South, but all over the world, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if we can be a part of that change, we definitely want to be part of that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how well do you work with these innovators to say, okay, let's start this, let's do this, we believe in what you're doing? I mean, do they come to you and pitch this idea and then you guys get behind it? How does it exactly work?
Yeah, so for that specific program, we're very involved with the community. So usually it's a referral type of relation or connection that happens at first. And then we work specifically with startup companies that are between what we call the angel stage to Series A stage. And that's basically saying they're very early on in their development process to becoming a startup. They've got an idea for a service or a product, or they've got a service or product already created and are looking for validation. So one of the key things about our program is that beyond, contributing and helping startups, we are helping ensure their success rate after they've started a company. And we do that through validation. So our incubator brings them in to say, hey, does this product or service actually provide the value that we intended when we developed it? And so we put together a scope of work document that says, here's what the company needs in terms of validation, right? Is this the right design of the product? Is this the right size of the product? Is this the right product, period, or service? And then how should I price it? Is there anything that I should know that could inform my prototype design or my go-to market strategy? And so at the end of the program, we hope that through that experience and that incubation, their chances at success are greater because they had the opportunity to validate. Typically, a lot of startups don't get that chance. And if they do, it's usually, after they've spent a lot of money, a lot of time. And one of the things that we know startups, are limited in is initial funding. And so if we can help them get to that yes or no question sooner and have an opportunity to tweak their product as they're going through the process, their chance at success once they do enter the market grows.
It's fascinating. It really is. I like hearing this process, Alejandra. Tell me, how do you find these companies to work with? Do they initially make the first the first suggestion, or do they contact you? Do you contact them? Is it a little bit of both?
It's a little bit of both. Usually, they can contact us directly through our website, but we also do a lot of engagement activities throughout the community, like seminars, conferences, workshops, and not just in Memphis. We've traveled throughout the state of Tennessee, and through, again, referrals of relationships that we have established, we have been able to also reach companies that are outside of Tennessee. For example, Cast 21 is a company that is actually headquartered in Chicago, but through a lot of the medical and startup support ecosystem that exists in Memphis, they were able to come here and engage with us. And so, again, it's a combination of either you found us directly through our site or in searching for something like this, or through one of our engagement activities that we perform.
This kind of center of innovation at Regional One, is it something that you see at every hospital? Is it something that you see across every region? Because this sounds fantastic. It sounds like most hospitals, most big, large hospitals should have this type of innovation center, or is this just unique to Regional One?
So I think the way that we've designed our program and is unique, is very unique. I will say that there are centers for innovation throughout the country. You can pretty much execute that in different ways. There's a lot of technology transfer efforts that occur most often than the traditional in a traditional way in terms of how people engage with innovation. But there's innovation centers throughout the country. The programmatic efforts that they perform are a little bit different. They vary depending on what kind of engagement they want to perform. Technology transfer offices are very common as well. But what I would say about us is that our program is specifically designed to sort of be more of an open door system versus, we are in a very regulated environment or industry. And so we've been able to put together a unique program that not only accounts for all of the regulation and things that we have to abide by, but also still allow the individual to come in and still allow the individual to incubate and learn, and from that inspire new ideas, research, and technology.
All right. So where can we go? If someone's watching this, they want to learn more about the Center of Innovation, where should they go?
So they can visit our website. We are at www.innovation.regional1health.org to learn a lot more. There's contact information there if they wanted to reach out directly to me or any one of our team members.
Alejandra, is there anything else you want to mention that we haven't talked about yet?
I think I want to say, this is a very selfish statement, but basically, this program, and as well as the Memphis ecosystem, we have a very excellent ecosystem that supports entrepreneurs, that supports innovators, specifically those in healthcare. And I think that is something to be said about Memphis. And we're very proud of our program. We're very proud of our city, and to be able to bring this forward through Regional One Health, is even better. Our hospital system is sort of at the core of the community. We're a safety net hospital. We provide care to the majority of our community members. So to invest in these types of activities and programs is something to be said about us and about our city. So we thank you for the opportunity to share that message.
Well, we thank you for all your hard work. We appreciate everything that you're doing at the Center of Innovation, and congratulations on the success, because not only are you successful there, Alejandra Alvarez, but you're successful and your success is making us all proud here across Memphis and the Mid-South. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, so Hugh Jackman, Kourtney Kardashian, Jennifer Aniston, J-Lo, Elon Musk, just a few of the people that swear by intermittent fasting. Is it really safe? How do you actually know you're doing intermittent fasting? What will it do for you? Would it help you reach your health goals in 2023? Let's bring in Dr. Amy Duffy here. She is the international best-selling author of Normal Doesn't Have Side Effects, and she has been a part of the Action News 5 digital desk in the past. We appreciate you coming on once again, Amy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. I'm so excited to be here and share this information. It's super fun.
Yeah, I am a person that loves to intermittent fast myself. I do it at work, and I have kind of like a, 10 to 12 hour window. First, explain what it is for our audience out there and some of the different ways, because there's all kinds of different ways, I guess, to define intermittent fasting, right?
Absolutely. There's a lot of ways. I kind of narrow it down to two different ways when I'm talking to my patients. I have the calendar way and I have the clock way. So the calendar way, this makes it a little bit more easy to process. Pick 2 days of the week, make sure they're not 2 days in a row. And on the 2 days that you X out here, you're going to fast those 2 days. On the other days, you can eat like normal. You can also adjust this different weeks throughout the month. So let's say you got a hot date one night, you want to adjust your time or something going on at work. So this way, it's super easy. A little bit more difficult to fast for a whole day. A lot of people start with something more like the clock way. So you're going to pick a time frame, a window, just like you described, where you're eating, and then a window where you're fasting or not eating. So let's imagine that you're going to start eating at noon and you're going to stop eating at 6 p.m. and then you don't resume eating until noon the next day. This makes it super easy because you're focused more on when you're eating and not just what you're eating. So you don't have to count carbs. You don't have to count calories. You want to have a glass of wine? Let's have a glass of wine. How about a beer? Sure, have a beer. Or you can even eat your favorite chocolate. Now, you're going to get better results for weight loss and overall health, cardiovascular, reducing the risk of diabetes, et cetera, if you're going to choose healthier foods, right? So eat your apple, have a salad for that meal. But it really is super simple and easy to follow. I get a lot of questions, Dr. Duffy, is this safe for us to do? And intermittent fasting can be really safe. In fact, we're seeing a lot of data. That's why doctors are loving it, that it really works, not just for weight loss, for actually reducing our risk of disease. So it's very safe, and we're really recommending it to a lot of people. The few people who need to pay attention, if you're diabetic and you're monitoring your blood sugar with either a blood sugar monitor, like when you're checking your blood on your finger, or you have one of those continuous glucose monitors, you want to make sure you talk to your doctor about that. This may be something you need to adjust. Or perhaps you're on medication and that medication needs to be taken with food, then you need to pay attention to the timing there or chat with your doctor about that. Outside of that, intermittent fasting, super safe, really easy to follow, and it works. That's why it's the #1 fad diet in America.
Is it really #1? Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. #1 fad diet in America. Gotcha. Let's get into specifics about the best candidates for intermittent fasting. Is there a certain body type? What about age groups?
Kids are growing, so we certainly don't want to restrict them. Usually kids are eating more for natural hunger, as opposed to sometimes we just want to eat because we're feeling munchy or something like that. So probably you want to wait until they're older teenagers or adults before they start fasting. But kids will actually naturally fast. They just don't eat when they're not hungry, right? So that's okay, age-wise. As we get older, really, there's no age limit where you would not want to intermittent fast. So that's pretty easy to do. Really, every body type is great. And one of the best things about intermittent fasting, it's not like the keto diet. Keto is okay, and you're going to get results from that, but it's really short-lived. It's hard to live in the keto world for a really long time. But once you start to get used to intermittent fasting, this can be something that you can do for life. So it's really a great thing for anybody who's trying to either maintain their weight or really try to lose weight. If you're going to lose weight, you may want to avoid some of those fun foods that we were talking about, at least in the beginning, until you get to your maintenance weight. But really, that's what's so great about intermittent fasting, is it really can be for anyone.
Yeah, it is. And it's something that I've enjoyed. I do it usually at work, and I don't generally do it on the weekends. But questions around intermittent fasting, because then some people ask, well, what about someone who doesn't eat all day or goes several days and all they have is, water or coffee or something like that. Is that safe? I always hear that when you do intermittent fasting or when you fast for, let's say, a day or so, it really helps your cells. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there's actually studies that show really the magic happens when you're looking at reducing inflammation or regeneration of damaged cells happens when you get into the 18 to 21 hour fast window and beyond that. So, for weight loss purposes, it's really great to start and simple to start with something like an 8-16 or a 16-8 fast. But when you're really trying to correct some dysfunction there or reduce inflammation, you want to get into those longer fasts. And there are some studies where doing a longer, 24-hour, 36-hour fast can really be beneficial, especially like for cancer. We're kind of starving the cancer, if you want to think about it that way. So there's some studies that really look around that. Of course, you want to make sure that you're hydrated. And again, if you're struggling with low blood sugar, things like that, then you just want to pay attention to that. Sometimes there are some foods that are allowed in the fasting. So some of those fasting days, there's some articles that talk about you can eat up to 500 calories and that still would be considered a fast. There are other people who do what they call one meal a day. And basically they're fasting throughout the day and they just have one meal. So it's not even a window of, time 6 hours. It's just one meal a day. Again, the term intermittent fasting is important. So if you go to one meal a day, that's okay, but you may want to adjust that throughout your week in terms of what time that meal is, because if you do that every day for the rest of your life, your body's going to adapt to that. And then it's not really intermittent anymore. So, once you get into it, you may want to start adjusting that time frame a little bit.
What does it do for your metabolism? Does it speed it up? Does it slow it down? Do we know? There's kind of this idea that people who are gaining weight or can't lose weight have a slow metabolism. And then people who can, it seems like they just have an unlimited amount of food that they can eat, but they're still skinny, have a fast metabolism. I don't know that that's really real. I mean, there's so many different variables that go into that. So intermittent fasting, I would say probably, whether you want to call it metabolism, but when you're fasting, it actually speeds up your body's ability to get stored fat. So you're not starving yourself. If you go into starvation mode over a long period of time, your body starts looking for energy in the form of your muscle. So it's going to use up muscle, where the ability with intermittent fasting is actually gathering your fat cells. So your metabolism improves in the fact that it's helping you to burn fat instead of burn calories from muscle or your food, basically. So it's really going to help you lose more fat. All right, so if our viewers are interested, we've been talking about this for a few minutes. They're interested. They're like, okay, let me try this out. What would be your recommendation if someone wanted to try out intermittent fasting, Amy?
Yeah, that clock way is the easiest way, is just pick a window, between 6 and 8 hours that you're going to eat, and then the window between 16 to 18 hours that you're fasting. The easiest way, just like I described, is to start at noon, end at 6 or 7 p.m. That way you're sleeping through a good, if we're getting the 8 hours of sleep we're supposed to, you're sleeping during most of your fasting. A lot of people aren't starving first thing in the morning. You can have tea, you can have black coffee. You just don't want to consume a lot of calories. Make sure, you're still well hydrated. And then you just start eating again at lunchtime the next day. That is the easiest way to get started.
Awesome. Amy Duffy, we really appreciate your analysis, your insight on this. And thanks so very much. Happy New Year to you. Much success in 2023.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We're learning more about the officers and the EMTs punished for their role in the arrest of Tyree Nichols that ended in his death. The identities of the EMT workers remain unknown, but we've learned that one of the officers, Demetrius Haley, was with the Shelby County Corrections in 2016 when he was accused of punching an inmate in the face for suspicion of contraband. A lawsuit in that case ended up being dropped in 2018. Haley was then hired by Memphis Police in 2020. No confirmation on potential criminal charges against those officers.
Well, we're trying to expedite all of the process. And, you know, the next step would be for any decision made by this office to charge or not to charge, whom to charge, what charges to bring.
And one of those investigations involves a civil rights one by the U.S. Attorney's Office of West Tennessee and the FBI. Now, city leaders are concerned about the response time for Memphis police officers. During Memphis City Council committee meeting yesterday, the department explained some of the reasons for the longer waits. They say one main reason is the number of service calls has gone up. When we looked at the numbers, MPD, the Austin P and Mount Moriah precincts, it takes just under 30 minutes to respond to calls. And police said those areas are challenging because they're larger. So it takes officers longer to get from one side to the other.
It takes officers about 2 hours to clear an accident call, whereas something downtown where they're a check on the welfare of a panhandler may only take a few minutes. So even though we try to divide the calls for service up evenly, it just depends on how long it takes to respond and clear those scenes so they're available for the next call.
Okay, council members did ask for solutions, and department says response times have been a long-time issue they're working on, even referencing when the department was divided back in 2013. Department leaders say they're also looking at rearranging shifts. Okay, did you know that 90% of Americans, 90% say money affects their stress level, and they're anxious about their financial situation? And another huge majority, 88% of Americans believe they have room for improvement when it comes to their financial wellness. So with that in mind, and January being Financial Wellness Month, let's bring in Tammy Trenta. She's the founder and CEO of Family Financial to talk about ways that we can improve our financial health. Good morning, Tammy. I know that when people think of New Year's resolutions, at the top of the list, in addition to diet and exercise, is finances. So where do we start?
That's a great question. I like to equate financial wellness in the beginning of the year, much like an annual wellness visit at the doctor. And the first thing that you want to do is get organized, gather all of your statements, homeowners, property tax, investments, bank accounts, Social Security. You want to get your estate planning in order, and just look at those things, because laws change, the economy has changed, premiums have changed, we've had inflation. So kind of gathering the information is a really important first step. So we do our annual wellness checkups once a year in the beginning of the year, because most investors want to know how they did. And so then that leads us to the next step, which would be knowing your rate of return. Now, this might not be a great year to look at how you did, but you can't really put your head in the sand. It wasn't a great year in the stock market, and you need to make sure that you're still on track for meeting your goals. So you want to look at how your performance was. What was your rate of return this year? Surprising how many people don't know that. Whether there were any losses harvested in your account for your income taxes, or any rebalancing that had been done throughout the year. If you don't have an investment account yet or an advisor, the beginning of the year is a great time to get started.
Yeah, no question, Tammy. In fact, a financial planner is recommended. I have one, and the way I tell people is like, hey, that's their whole job, is to know rates of return, know what the market's going to do, look at predictors, things that I don't have time to spend on. They focus on it, and so when I talk about having a financial planner, it's huge. I would think that when you start getting organized, one of the ways that you begin is with a budget, right?
Absolutely, especially in a year where we've had, unprecedented inflation since the 70s. So a lot of those things or subscriptions that you've had might have snuck up throughout the year. And so it's a great time to review your budget, review your savings goal. You might even find some new money for a new goal that you might have this year by just taking a look at what you need and what you don't need.
Exactly. And budget, saving goals. What about knowing the numbers? That's on the list too. Tell me about that.
Well, one thing that you need to do is know what you need in order to become financially independent. And that means knowing your numbers. So updating a financial plan is a great way to start off the year, especially in a year where, like I said, we've had a down market. The down markets happen maybe once every 4 or 5 years. So you want to make sure you're still on track. If you're not on track, then right now is the best time to change what you're doing, because wealth accumulation tends to accelerate or decelerate pretty quickly the longer that time goes on. So, I think there's a statistic every 5 years that you delay your savings, you actually have to double the savings to meet the same savings target.
One of the things that I'm concerned about, just looking at things, is I'm concerned about inflation, and inflation being at such a high rate. It was, the highest in 40 years last year. There's nothing that suggests that it's going down considerably anytime soon. How do you combat against that as a financial planner? What do you tell your clients?
Well, when we go through the financial plans, we account for inflation. So that's something that you want to make sure when you do your projections that you have an increased spending level every year. So if you're spending $80,000 a year, you need to be able to spend more to just have the same expenses. So that's how we handle inflation. But I also think that planning is not really a set it and forget it kind of thing. Not only are there changes in the economy like inflation, the stock market performance, the real estate market, interest rates, but you also have things in your personal life that change. Maybe you're getting married, maybe you're having a child. And one thing we know is that everybody's life changes all the time. And so it's really important to have a list of things that you do to follow up and things that you'd like to accomplish throughout the year.
Tammy, this has been a great list. Is there anything else we haven't touched on you feel is important? Because, this is January is one of those months where everyone's trying to get their financial goals in shape and set for the rest of the year.
Yes, the last thing that I'll say is you need to look at it every year. So it's not a one-time financial plan that sits on your coffee table collecting dust. There are a lot of financial advisors out there. You want to work with a certified financial planner and someone who practices as a certified financial planner. So looking at the plan every year is really, really important, and I can't emphasize that enough.
Okay, Tammy Trent, founder and CEO of Family Financial. We appreciate all those financial tips. They are so helpful to so many people out there. Thanks very much. Okay, Andrew Douglas back here with the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Tennessee is not immune to the nationwide healthcare workforce shortage. Matthew Malby is a co-founder of StaffHealth.com. And he's going to talk about some of the long-term impacts of healthcare worker shortage, along with what it means for patients and other nurses. Matthew, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, thank you. So let's talk a little bit about this healthcare worker shortage in the state of Tennessee. How bad is it, first off?
We're dealing with a looming nursing shortage, and can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, no problem. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we're dealing with a looming nursing shortage. And, just like the rest of the United States, Memphis, Tennessee is also, part of that. Just for 2022, we need about, 1.1 million RNs nationwide. And Tennessee is also taking a hit on that as well.
Okay, and Matthew, what are the long-term impacts of this? I mean, obviously it's tough to deal with right now, but if it doesn't get resolved and it doesn't get corrected, what's some of the long-term impacts?
Long-term effects are really going to be on the patients, unfortunately. With not enough nurses in these healthcare facilities able to give proper patient care, that is leading to facilities not being able to accept new patients. So it really comes down to the patients in the healthcare world. And if we don't turn this around, it's going to be, it's going to be rough for quite some time. But certain facilities have been taking some action as well, including different outside sources that can really help out with facilities during this time.
Let's talk about a little bit of that action. What's being done to help resolve this crisis, and how long will it take to get levels back where they should be?
Well, that's a very good question. A lot of healthcare facilities have been starting with some training, especially in the Memphis area. A lot of new nurses lacked training during the COVID outbreak. There was less proctors, there were less training, there was less clinical experience. So a lot of healthcare facilities are revamping training programs. What we really are seeing is nursing going to more of a gig economy. Which means that nurses are looking for flexible schedules, ways to get paid quicker, more options. And they will really want that work-life balance since the pandemic has been going on. They're realizing that they need that work-life balance in order to maintain a healthy mindset, as well as give proper patient care as well. And I think facilities are definitely starting to see that.
How bad is Tennessee's shortage compared to some other states?
Tennessee's also dealing with a shortage as well. It's pretty up there, just like other states. I mean, there's other states I personally think that are definitely struggling more. But Tennessee is right in the realm of it. I mean, we need a tremendous amount of nurses by, in the next 10 years. It's mind blowing. But Tennessee is, we're doing a good job of trying to get that number up, get new people graduated and trained. But also bring back the passion in the nursing space as well.
Do you think burnout, we heard so much about burnout during the pandemic. Is this one of the issues, one of several issues, the main issue?
Yeah, so burnout definitely is one of the main issues. A lot of people, a lot of nurses did experience big time burnout throughout the pandemic, so it's definitely on the radar. Another very large factor is our aging population. 34% of nurses are going to be retiring this year. And with the aging population and early retirement added on to the nurse burnout is really putting a strain on our nursing shortage.
All right,
and everyone's trying to do their best to kind of, wiggle their way through that, but also increase nurses and, like I said, bring back the nurses into the environment they love.
What should healthcare facilities be doing to address this problem right now?
Healthcare facilities in the short term, really the flexible scheduling, they're offering incentives, they're offering bonuses to get people in. But I think a lot of it has to do, that's not sustainable for a long run, right? So a lot of healthcare facilities need to start really looking at their training, how they're really going to keep these people, retention, right? They need to retain nurses in this space so they can have a long-term impact on healthcare and healthcare patients as well.
So we're in Memphis, and of course we talk about West Tennessee, but we also talk about North Mississippi and Eastern Arkansas. How bad's the shortage over there?
Mississippi is also struggling. We do a lot in Mississippi and Arkansas. It's been hit pretty hard. Some of the biggest things that we're seeing is wages. A lot of lower wages in some of those areas, and we're working hard to get those wages up. That will give incentives to nurses to start, working more, picking up more shifts, and really dedicating themselves to these facilities as we get through this pandemic, the tail end of it at least.
So now that we're a lot of viewers are watching this and they're trying to figure out, okay, what can we do, or what can we watch for if we need medical care, if we're, a patient? What are some of the things that we can do from our perspective?
Well, from a patient, I mean, there's a lot that you could do, but first and foremost is, you need to get proper care. And what the pandemic has really kind of brought to light is, a lot of home health care, right? There's a lot of telemedicine that came about from the pandemic. Telemedicine has been, kind of on the back burner for many years, but since the pandemic, it's actually like expedited it and speed up so fast that we're almost like 5-10 years ahead of time now. So patients can continue to see healthcare providers. They can still continue to get care. Some of it might be from home, some might be telemedicine. But in terms of the facilities, some are short-staffed, but we're trying our hardest to make sure everything's fully staffed so we can give the proper patient care in this field.
Okay, Matthew, anything else we can touch on you feel is important about this issue and ways to resolve it?
I think we're starting to head in the right direction to really get incentivized, these nurses to start, picking up more shifts, to start working and really give patient care. And, Staff Health is here to help as well. We offer different apps for providers and facilities to get, care fast and especially for last minute shifts and long-term or short-term. We're here to help too, but we'll be following it closely. And we're hoping that everything comes out smooth at the end. So we're very optimistic.
Okay, Matthew Mawbey, co-founder of staffhealth.com. We appreciate your time. Thanks so very much. And hopefully next time we speak, we can talk about better things on the horizon for the nursing and doctor shortage. Thank you very much.
Definitely. Thank you so much. You have a great day.
So many people are trying to eat better, eat healthier. That's one of the big New Year's resolutions, right? And it's so important to really kind of take an inner look at what you're doing. How are your eating habits? Are you eating too much at late? What are you eating? Should you be eating as much as you are? Should you be eating less? There's so many different questions, and that's why we are going to bring in a clinical dietitian here. This is Kristen Weinberg. She's our clinical dietitian with Regional One Health. Kristen, how are you this morning? I'm doing great. So let's talk about healthy eating, and let's first talk about the meal of the day, that first meal and breakfast. Tell me why breakfast is so important.
Yeah, so it's the first meal of the day. You always hear that it's the most important meal of the day, and I definitely believe that because it fuels your brain, first of all, and then it's just another opportunity to get in important nutrients throughout the day. So, fiber, protein, vitamins, minerals. If you're skipping out on breakfast, then you're skipping out on another opportunity to get those things in your diet. And then also, if you eat breakfast, you're also less likely to overeat later in the day, which is a problem for a lot of people. So I definitely recommend starting your day with a healthy breakfast.
So I have a question about breakfast because I have an unusual schedule. I get up way early to be at work at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3:30, 4 o'clock. And so I eat a very large breakfast. And a lot of times what we hear is that if you have a breakfast that has more protein, that is supposed to help you throughout the rest of the day. Is that true? I mean, what should we be eating specifically and avoiding for breakfast?
I think you froze up. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You froze up though. Can you hear me? Kristen, I tell you what, Kristen, why don't you come back? Try to dial in again. We're going to go to weather, get a piece of the forecast here, and then we'll come back to you and continue this conversation.
Hey, good morning. We have clouds right now, and that will be here all day today. You won't see any sunshine. We'll still have a potential for some drizzle or mist, but no heavy rain to deal with this morning or afternoon. This is noon today. Again, nothing showing up on here, but just trust me, mist and drizzle will be part of our day. Later on tonight by 7 o'clock, a few showers start firing up near Ashland, Corinth, and also in spots like Bolivar and Selmer. And as temperatures drop down into the 30s overnight, you may even see a little bit of sleet and snow. The pink color will be the sleet. The other color is the snow. snow over towards Oxford and Ashland, Batesville, Senatobia, just name a few. The best chance for snow tomorrow afternoon will probably be around 1 o'clock in West Tennessee. If you're in spots like Bolivar or Selmer going into Crockett County, also in Dyersburg, seeing some of that snow, may even see some in Corinth as well. And the potential for that to stick to the ground is very low because temperatures will be in the mid to upper 30s. May see a little dusting on your roof or on top of your car, but other than that, I'm not expecting any impacts from that snow here in the Mid-South tonight or tomorrow. Wind gusts will stay close to 20 miles per hour through this afternoon. Even at 5, 6 o'clock tonight, still 15 to 20 mile per hour winds will be possible. It's breezy tonight, but you just won't have any of those strong gusts like what we had last night and today. And because of those winds, it'll feel colder than this temperature I'm actually showing you. 41 degrees at noon. It'll feel more like the 30s all day today because of those winds. 43 at 3 o'clock. Then we're in the lower 40s at 7. I still have that 10 to 20% chance of a shower or of some flurries as we go throughout the day today. Look at these low temperatures tonight. A cold 32 in Memphis, 30 in Covington, 30 degrees in Brownsville. We're at 31 degrees in Somerville tonight. Low temperature around 33 in Batesville, 34 in Clarksdale, 31 degrees in Ashland, 30 in Forest City today, and 31 in Marion this evening. Temperatures actually rise up as we head to the weekend. First Alert Weekend forecast 55 on Saturday, 52 on Sunday, but a cold front moves through here on Sunday. That's going to drop temperatures down at the start of next week and also going to bring a little bit of rain. We'll dry out on Friday, and then on Saturday we're mostly dry. Rain doesn't start pushing in until late in the evening. This is 10 o'clock at night, and that's when I'm expecting the rain. So Saturday's not even close to a washout, but by 10 o'clock at night Saturday, showers start as a cold front moves in. We'll have on and off rain while you're sleeping on Saturday, at least for most of us. And then by Sunday at 7 a.m., we still have rain across the area. It'll be soggy start to the day Sunday. Now, I do think we'll see rain through late morning, early afternoon. This is noon on Sunday with showers continuing in Oxford and Selmer. May even have a little bit of drizzle hanging out in Memphis. But as we get later in the afternoon into the evening, I do think most of us will be drying out on Sunday. So here's that temperature trend over the next few days on our First Alert 7-day forecast. 44 today, 42 on Thursday. Low temperatures for most of us will be in the 20s to lower 30s on Thursday night, another cold one. And then 53 degrees on Friday. We're in the 50s over the weekend, but as I mentioned, we get colder next week behind the front. So the high temperature on Monday is only 43 degrees.
The man charged with shooting and killing 2-year-old in 2017 admitted he is responsible for that crime. That's Tylen McCray. He pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder yesterday. Shelby County prosecutors say McCray shot and killed 2-year-old Layla Washington after a road rage incident. McCray was sentenced to 35 years in prison without a trial. Shelby County Clerk Wanda Halpert says the downtown clerk's office will be closed this week and all of next week. It comes after a series of bad events, including the fact that the brand new office on Riverdale Road is still not open. Walter Murphy has more.
We do need the tag, man. That's all. I need the tag. So
Malik Maxwell was one of dozens we found waiting in line outside of the Shelby County Clerk's office location on Poplar Avenue Tuesday, something he says he was doing for the second day in a row.
You got a population of what, 700,000, 800,000 people? Come on now. Just got to come up with a better system.
The system Maxwell thinks is broken was supposed to be remedied by this new location in southeast Memphis on Riverdale Road, but that's been on hold for quite a while now.
The county clerk has missed the first deadline, the early deadline she set with the county commission. She's missed the second deadline, and now we're kind of in limbo.
Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris talked to us at an event last week about the new Riverdale location, and today Mayor Harris gave us a statement saying his office was shocked when they found out the downtown location was taking a 2-week hiatus. Mayor Harris says he wants Clerk Halbert to be more accountable, specifically to county commissioners, saying, quote, "I'd like to see her regular reports to the Shelby County Commission begin again. This is a problem that is not going away. More pressure needs to be put on Clerk Halbert to adopt serious reforms." Customers who rely on the clerk's offices agree with Mayor Harris, saying they want Clerk Halbert to stop pointing fingers.
I'm not going to say that she don't take self-accountability. Maybe she does, but I haven't really just seen her just take it for herself. I always point, so yeah.
We reached out to several county commissioners as well as Clerk Wanda Halbert to see if they would also give us a comment, and at this time we've yet to hear back. Reporting downtown tonight, I'm Walter Murphy, Action News 5.
Okay, let's go back to our clinical dietitian. She is back on the line with us, Kristen Wayenberg. Regional One Health, thanks again. So if you were to craft, I guess, kind of the perfect breakfast, what would that entail?
Yeah, so I always say you want a protein, a carb, and color. So fruits and vegetables. So you do want to have your protein, like you were saying earlier, because that's going to help you feel fuller and more satisfied longer through the day, versus the carbs alone would just run through you and then you would be hungry again. So you want to have all of them. You want to have carbs, so like oatmeal, protein, from like a hard-boiled egg, and then some sort of color for vitamins and nutrients. So like a fruit, like mixed fruit, or maybe some spinach in your eggs, something like that. But that would be considered the ideal breakfast.
Okay, and you know, sugar is, I feel like, you know, I'm a health conscious guy. I try to eliminate a lot of the sugars and trans fats out of my diet and all that stuff. Sugar is really just kind of the root of all evil, isn't it? I mean, it's inflammatory. It increases aging. I mean, we shouldn't have it at all, right?
So you definitely want to limit the amount of sugar that you're eating. I would say that trying to completely eliminate it is probably unrealistic, because there is going to be sugar in everything. So, you know, taking the approach of trying to completely eliminate sugar I would say, is not the way to go. You want to take baby steps to decrease the amount of sugar that you're consuming. You basically want to set yourself up for success. So if you're trying to be perfect and completely eliminate it, you know, that's going to be tough, versus if you try to take baby steps to, you know, use a little bit less sugar in your coffee every day until you're drinking just black coffee. That is a better way to approach it, so that you don't feel discouraged if you end up, you know, having a piece of candy or something like that. You want to set yourself up for success.
So, Kristen, I'm curious of what you think about this next question, because we've talked to someone specifically about intermittent fasting. And you know, as you get older, 30s, 40s, 50s, and beyond, intermittent fasting seems very hot. In fact, it's one of the hottest fads right now in terms of dieting. A lot of people skip meals. Where do you stand on skipping meals, intermittent fasting, that sort of thing?
Mm-hmm. So I personally do not believe in skipping meals. I just, so that, you know, a lot of times when you skip meals, you're going to end up overeating later in the day. So I believe in eating more regularly scheduled meals and snacks, just so that you have a steady state of nutrients coming in throughout the day. You know, intermittent fasting can work for some people, but if you're just starting out in your healthy eating journey, I would definitely recommend sticking with regularly scheduled meals and snacks. A lot of people, you know, will try to save up, like they'll skip meals, they'll try to save up, you know, for a big dinner at the end of the day, but you actually end up overeating in calories if you do that, compared to if you just eat some at breakfast and then enjoy your meal at night. So I would definitely, if you're starting out, just eat 3 meals a day, 2 snacks a day, and try to keep a steady schedule.
Kristen, what about someone who's watching right now? Because we have thousands that are watching us currently. If they are just starting out on their healthy food journey and they want to figure out, okay, I can't have too much sugar, I need to have breakfast, I got to have protein. Give us a really simple guideline of where people should begin their healthy eating journey. I mean, maybe bullet points or something like that. Can you do that for us?
Yeah. So if you're just starting out and you want to eat healthy, I would say, you know, the first thing is to try to have each food group at each meal. So like I said, look at your plate. You want to have a carb on it, a protein on it, and some sort of color. So that's a simple formula for you to remember. The second thing is to try to plan meals ahead. You know, you don't want to go into a new journey without a plan. So just write down a list of 3 meals that you want to cook for the week, make extra of all of it, and then eat that for the week. And then make sure, the third thing that I would recommend is just stock your fridge and pantry with healthy, ready to eat foods. You don't want to have any barriers to success. So surrounding yourself with healthy options that you like is a good place to start. I really like, frozen veggies are easy, hummus, edamame, hard-boiled eggs, Greek yogurt. Those are all examples of healthy snacks, that you can keep stocked in your pantry or fridge. And then lastly, just work on making one healthy choice at a time. So meet yourself where you're at. If you normally eat eggs and bacon for breakfast, see how you can either what you can change or what you can add to make that healthier. So for example, switching out the bacon for turkey bacon or adding a side of fruit. You just really want to meet yourself where you're at and take baby steps, and surround yourself with foods that you like and remove any barriers that would hinder your success.
I got you, Kristen. I know that there are so many different staples. You mentioned a number of them there. Having healthy food around you, so key, so important. You mentioned, frozen veggies and hummus and Greek yogurt, berries, nuts, that sort of thing. Eggs are like sky high right now, price-wise. Any alternative to eggs, since it is like super expensive to buy some of the good ones?
Yeah, I would recommend yogurt, especially in the morning, Greek yogurt, because that's going to be the highest in protein, or even like milk, dairy products. Those are going to be good alternatives in the breakfast sense, or adding protein powder to a smoothie. Those would be the alternatives I would recommend.
Okay, and then I know diet is more important than exercise, but give me the relationship between those two in order to have kind of a healthy lifestyle, healthy living, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so exercise is extremely important. Like you said, diet is in theory more important, but it works better if you combine the two. So exercise is good for your brain health. It helps you manage your weight. So you have a little more leeway with what you're eating if you're exercising more. You want to fuel your exercise with a healthy diet. It strengthens your muscles and bones. It improves your overall quality of life. So I would definitely recommend exercise. The current recommendation is getting 30 minutes of like moderate activity a day. And then if you can throw in 2 days of strength training or any type of body weight resistance training, that you will definitely set yourself up for success.
All right, Kristen, this has been great. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go that you haven't mentioned with regards to eating healthier lifestyle, way to connect with your healthy goals in 2023? Maybe just some regular steps people can do every day.
Yeah, so like I said, just don't try to be perfect, plan ahead, make your grocery list, and just try to have each component on your plate, and don't skip meals. And then if you are trying to further your goals, you can always reach out to a dietitian at your local gym, reach out to, dietitians at your local hospital or outpatient clinics, and we can help you with your journey.
Kristen Wainberg, clinical dietitian for Regional One Health. We really appreciate this conversation. We're always trying to better ourselves, trying to eat healthier, and this really helps us a lot. So appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Research shows that loneliness and isolation can have negative effects on our mental and physical health. Our nation's veterans are not immune. To combat this issue, the VA has developed something called the Compassionate Contact Corps. It's a program pairing volunteers with lonely and socially isolated vets. Let's talk more about this program with Prince Taylor. He is Deputy Director of the VA's Center for Development and Civic Engagement. To discuss this program and more, Prince Taylor, good morning. Thank you for joining us. How serious?
Good morning. How are you?
Is that? Doing well, thanks. How serious of an issue is this?
Well, unfortunately, research reveals that loneliness is prevalent across an array of populations. And so even the U.S. Surgeon General before COVID mentioned that we were at risk of an epidemic of loneliness. And so at VA, we look at all of that through the lens of veteran care. And we know that our veterans are more susceptible because of high trauma, high stress, burnout, and even some clinical issues where they actually might feed off of each other. And so all of those things put our veterans at greater risk for clinical conditions such as depression, heart disease, and suicidal ideation.
So, Prince, tell me about this program, the VA's Compassionate Contact Core program.
Yes, well, it is a virtual, award-winning, non-clinical social prescription program where we pair trained volunteers with veterans that are lonely or socially isolated that have been referred to the program by their VA clinician.
Okay, and what kind of feedback have you received about this program? You said it's award-winning, apparently.
Yeah, more than apparent. It is, yes, it's award-winning. The feedback we've received has been overwhelmingly positive. Our veterans, some of them, this is the only legitimate phone call that they get that week, that month, and so they really appreciate it. But we also have veterans in the program that are happily married. So you can be happily married and still experience quite a bit of loneliness because there are these different spheres of loneliness. We've done a survey, and over 85% of our veterans told us that the program makes them feel less lonely. And over 92% said it makes them feel that the VA cares about their overall well-being, which is great because that goes to speak to our trust scores with our vets. And I would also say that it's not just the veterans and their families and their caregivers that benefit from the program. So do our volunteers, so do our clinicians, and we've also gotten a lot of great feedback from some of our partner organizations like American Red Cross, American Legion Auxiliary, and AARP.
How much of this has been exacerbated by the pandemic, where we all had to lock down, we all had to be separated, that sort of thing?
That's a great question. We don't have the exact numbers for that, but we do know that our numbers with participation in the program have continued to increase. Since the pandemic started, we have reached over 3,000 veterans across the country with about 1,100 volunteers. And last year, they made over 13,000 phone calls around the country.
Is this program specifically designed for older veterans?
That's another very interesting question. Initially, it was designed just for the older veterans and their caregivers, but right now we have veterans from their early 20s all the way into their 90s participating.
That's great news. Okay, so we've let our viewers kind of know a little bit about this program. Where can veterans, where can volunteers go and get more information?
Yes, absolutely. Well, first, let me say that our volunteers are priceless to us. They can get into the program or any of our other great volunteer opportunities by reaching out to their local VA medical center right there in Memphis, or they can go to volunteer.va.gov online. And for our veterans and their families, they can just let their VA clinician know that they're interested in the program. It's really that simple.
Okay, well, listen, Prince Taylor, we really appreciate you, and thank you for informing us about this great program and award-winning program that's helping veterans out there. We appreciate it.
Thank you for helping us get the word out. Really appreciate you.
All right, it is a Tuesday. It's January 24th. We are almost done with the month of January, already in 2023. It's amazing, and you know what else is amazing? Talisa Franklin's amazing. She's over at WAVN The Trend. She's talking about the community, the culture, the conversation. She always keeps us upbeat and positive, even in those trying and challenging times. And I got to say, Talisa, it was a tough morning this morning after everything that's been said and done over the last 24 to 48 hours. It was a real heavy news cycle that we're in right now. So how are you doing this morning?
I am wonderful in spite of what's happening now in our city. But you know, Andrew, the beauty of life is that I have faith, knowing that God is going to see us through. I prayed much for the mother because as a mother of a young good boy, I felt her pain. And I believe God is going to make the people that's responsible for this horrific crime pay. And I'm praying that God continue to give her strength. And even on top of that, Andrew, you know, we can't tell what our kids will and will not do. And so to those young men that did this, just unhumane act. I pray for their parents, because it's going to be hard to know that my son had something to do with the problem of the murder, the killing, or the beating, however you want to say it, of another individual. Yeah. So our city is totally at an unrest, but I trust God. I trust our elected officials to do the right thing, and I just trust the process. And I'm asking Memphis, listen, let's trust the process. We know that it happened, but it's imperative that our reaction be in a way that we trust our process and we know due process will happen. And because if you do not, you will be taking on some extra mental things in your own mental health that's not going to be good for you personally. And so that's where I am, Andrew, because it was heavy, I think, for the whole city of Memphis on yesterday and coming into this morning. But we got to have the faith and the trust to know that it's going to happen. Everybody will pay for the things that was done that was not right. But we got to definitely protect our mental health, because too much of it will start weighing on us.
I couldn't have said it any better, Talisa. Certainly thoughts and prayers and all kinds of the deepest sympathies for the parents involved in all this. And then mental health. I mean, mental health, once again, is something that is at the forefront. And I understand that you're talking about a very important issue when it comes to mental health awareness that's upcoming.
Absolutely. You know, during the pandemic, many people were having challenges with the mental health, and because we were having so many, and I, thanks to my mentor, I was like, what can I do to help our people with mental health? Because we got to understand, you got mental health and you got mental illness. Those are two different things. Just because you hear mental, we got to make sure that we're taking care of our mental health. And so thanks be to God, I went through and I got licensed with the state of Tennessee in mental health, and I'm very honored that I'll be facilitating a mental health class with Methodist Hospital North, right? And I will actually be teaching for 6 weeks. It's absolutely free, y'all. Free, yeah, free. For 6 weeks, we'll deal with the 6 steps to a healthy mental life. Let me tell you, there are 6 steps, y'all, in order to do. People say, Talisa, do you ever be mad? Do you ever be saying, yes, I have those moments, but I have to know how to turn them on and turn them off where they don't mess with my life, right? But in order to do that, I understand the steps, and I want to share the steps with you all that's listening, that's watching us. Listen, get in this class, sign up today. I'm telling y'all, it's going to be power packed. We're going to have some fun, and we're going to all be healthy together. We're going to deal with those social connections, staying active, managing stress. And that's big, y'all. You got to know how to manage that stress. Brain and healthy diet, quality sleep. You need to sleep, okay? Meaning and purpose. So we'll deal with those 6 steps for 6 weeks at Methodist North Hospital at 3960 New Covenant Pike. I am excited to facilitate this workshop, this class. It's free to the community. We'll be in for 90 minutes to help you, guide you to the steps to having a healthy mental life. And so I am inviting each and every one of you on the sound of my voice, say, listen, I got to get to that class. Invest in yourself for that 6 weeks. And I believe that after the 6 week, you'll be like, thank you, WMC5, for making sure we knew about this, because it's imperative that we have a healthy mental health.
There's no question. And I'm so glad that you're doing this, Talisa, and being a facilitator. It is a 6-week course at Methodist North Hospital for mental health, and it starts Thursday, February 9th. And we're talking about all kinds of professionals there at the disposal of the students that are in that class, right?
Absolutely. You know, not only will we give all the information about that, but also there'll be resources. You know, it's one thing to get the information, say, okay, what did I do now? Listen, we're going to get you resources, and we're going to get you different people that can help you further this. So it doesn't have to start with me at 6 weeks. Listen, there are great mental health professionals that's right here in our city, whether you have insurance or not. Let me make that note. There are so many amazing providers in our city that want to help your mental health, even if you don't have insurance. So don't listen, Talisa, I don't have insurance. Listen, this class is free, and we will connect you with the resources to help you be that better version of you that you know that you can be.
Well, Talisa Franklin, we always appreciate you and your insights and everything that you're doing for the community, the culture, and the conversation. Thank you so much. God bless you and your family, and we'll talk to you next week, okay?
All right. Thank you, brother. Bye-bye.
Okay, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful Wednesday afternoon. We got Action News 5 at midday at the top of the hour with Ariana Poindexter, and then you can join us later tomorrow morning beginning at 8 o'clock for another edition of the Digital Desk. See you then.